Our phone number, 866-WE-BE-BIG, is available and ready to maybe take some unscreened phone calls. You can text that same number, 866-932-3244. Well, let me bring old Mr. Greg Burgess in, walking a little slow today, but he's just kind of pimping around. He is sitting over to my left and ready to go for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. What's up, big guy? How are you?
What up?
Kind of good. I mean, you're just moving a little slow. You all right?
Yeah, I mean, ain't no sense getting in a hurry.
I mean, we're only live,
yeah,
you know?
I mean,
who cares about
fine.
that?
I mean, it's this early. Ain't about 3 people watching. They'll be okay. They'll be all right.
Oh, me. All right, so here we go. Today is a special day because we have got somebody on RBU that I've been waiting on for one, Bill Bubba Bussey, because I know of his love for President Reagan, and I mean, whenever we bring up President Reagan, he'll get teary-eyed a little bit just because of the history and what our country stood for at that time and the way he communicated. And we've got someone that was behind the scenes helping him communicate, and that's his trusted speechwriter, Ken Kachigian, and he is going to be with us on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. He's got a book out, Behind Closed Doors, in the Room with Reagan and Nixon. And he was one of Reagan's most trusted speechwriters, a strategist as well to President Nixon. And he's going to take you inside the Oval Office, Air Force One, Camp David, the behind the scenes on the assassination attempt of Reagan.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all there. And today we'll deep dive in with Ken Kachigian today in RBU. We'll record that today, and then it will publish on Saturday morning. So if you follow us on social media, you'll see the audio and video links that we send out. Adler does a great job of that. But also wherever you get your podcast. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is what you want to search for. Also the videos, as I said, that's available with YouTube, Facebook, Pluto TV, Blaze TV. It's all there. So be looking for that. All right, so we have James Spann, our show meteorologist. He is not only with the ABC affiliate in the Birmingham market, but he does weather all over the country for just tons of radio stations.
Oh, yeah.
And so very well known, very respected. And we're going to see if we can't get a breakdown of Hurricane Helene as it is building in the Gulf.
It is.
And it is kind of interesting because, Greg, you and I were talking about where it is now and where it's going to be and how quick it's going to get here. But the Big Bend area of Florida, Tallahassee area is where the bullseye is right now, but it could move right. I think I saw it was a strong 1, but they're saying it could be up to a 4 by the time it hits landfall.
They act like it's going to get here in a hurry. So.
Yeah, and you just really feel sorry for those folks in that area because the speed that it's moving. They're saying, you know, Albany, Georgia, Atlanta, all that area is just going to be hit hard. And one of their main concerns not only is the flooding there on the coast, but just the wind and the trees down and power lines. And I thought about you with all the trees going down into the power lines and what that means for all the linemen. But I see everybody videos of all the trucks getting situated and ready to go.
Lined up and ready to go.
Yeah. So we'll get
pack your clothes.
We'll get James Spann to break it down for us and give us the latest as of right now. I mean, it could go a little bit left, a little bit right, and affect folks differently. But we'll break it down and he can let you know what he is seeing and what the latest forecast is today in about 2 hours from now. Also, we're honored to have, I know a lot of you that watch every day, we call you the tubers. It is Tuber Day in the Golden Ticket Seats. And so we're honored to have some of you in studio. I don't know how y'all made the cut list of who you let come in and whatever, but I know we only have a certain amount of seats. So about 8 to 10 of them are going to be in here today. And so look forward to having them. They've always been very supportive of the show. And boy, I tell you what, they have their own group, and they love it. And they're a little fraternity, sorority, and come out and tailgate all the time, and are friends and help each other, and they're going to be in here today. So looking forward to that.
Awesome.
All right, so Greg, yesterday it was Kmart. Today it's another icon. Dadgummit.
I can't handle this.
If you missed yesterday, we talked about Kmart was closing its last store up in Long Island, and we just, that got us into the history of Kmart, and then when Kmart and Sears merged and we brought back Sears stories. Today, almost 130, get ready, Pizza Hut restaurants to shut as franchise owners give up. They just give up.
Wow. How, to me, let me check the sponsors in my mind before I open my mouth. No, I don't think we have a pizza sponsor, do we? If you want me to be honest, Pizza Hut was my favorite and still is. See, now when they say shutting down restaurants, like where I live, they shut the restaurant down years ago, but they have a, carry out only.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the to-goes. Yeah.
They have, though. Are those still?
Well, it just says here, 127 Pizza Hut restaurants across 5 states in the South and Midwest are at risk of closing for good. And in the headline, it says almost 130, so I guess the exact number is 127. It says the franchisee who runs them has put up for sale after filing for bankruptcy in July due to mounting debts. And, it's tough. And you're right. I mean, like Kevin with Papa Murphy's and those guys, they're great. We love them. But, if you think back to like Pizza Hut buffet, when you would go in and it'd just be a slew of pizza and you worked it, you talk about that's some of your best memories as a lineman. Y'all would get in there.
Yeah, because normally the territory I worked was a rural area. Yeah. So if we were ever working around town and we happened to be, because a lot of times we go and, you get out of your territory and do some work. Yeah. If we would go to Jacksonville or somewhere like that and we were going to be around town around lunch, we'd go to that all-you-can-eat buffet. Good night.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I'd be giddy about it. Yeah. And that one in Jacksonville, it had a room that you could reserve. And we had Little League baseball parties in there eating pizza many times.
Yeah. Look, there was a Pizza Hut that was right across the street and down about a half a mile from when we were at our former studio at the Vestavia City Center. Yeah. And and the staff would go and we'd have the Pizza Hut buffet and go in there, and my goodness, that was good.
That happened after I was here. Yeah. And then they tore it down.
I know, and changed everything up.
Like I said, where we're at, it went from the restaurant. You don't have that, but you do have the drive. I mean, the carry out. Yeah. So you still have, because I love their pizza and their pasta. I like all of it.
Yeah. It's so good, but some 15 Pizza Hut locations that are in Indiana and Ohio were abruptly ended, I guess, closed at the end of June as a result of the dispute, between the owners and all that. But anyway, Pizza Hut owes, like they say, $2.25 million and another $21 million to Manufacturers Bank that I guess backs them, but. That's the big story today. Is some of the headlines
people just quit
out,
eating pizza?
And we got some big headlines, but this one jumped out to me because I thought, well, dadgummit,
that buffet. I wish I could go today to one.
I know. I'm so hungry right now. I woke up hungry.
Man, you have seen us if we got to eat at one of them buffets and then we go back to work for the rest of the day. We weren't moving very fast.
You're moving a little slow.
Moving a little slow.
Need a nap.
Yes.
There's something to say about that.
Oh yeah.
About getting real. I remember eating a heavy lunch and then woo.
We'd look at our work and go, hey, around lunchtime, we're going to be close to town. We know we got a plan.
Let's stop at a Pizza Hut.
That's right.
Oh, man. All right, so we got a lot going on today. We thank you again for being with us, as always. 866-932-3244. That's the number you can call as well as text. And so that's 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. So don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. you've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for a specific sleep position and comfort preference. With 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, and a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, you'll find one that's right for you. And Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep Quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 25% off your mattress order. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not the millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. Call 1-800-780-8888 or visit tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. I got to ask you a question, Mr. Greg. So we have some friends, and I'm just going to say that. We got some friends that are excited about Alabama hosting Georgia and College Game Day being there and President Trump coming to the game. And they do not have tickets. Matter of fact, some friends of ours have invited us to come over. And there's normally about 2 or 3 families that sometimes get together. They might, we might watch a ball game. Somebody's cooked out or they've got dinner or something, and we'll go over and hang out and watch the games. Most of the time, it's an Alabama game, sometimes an Auburn game, whatever. But it's just a great time, fellowship, good friends, all that. But 2 of the moms are going to Tuscaloosa. They don't have tickets, and they're actually going to be back by the time the game starts for our little cookout. And their big thing is they want to be in the middle of it. They're like, I want to see the hype. I want to be around it. I want to be at College Game Day. The excitement.
That ain't a bad idea, and then you can get out of there and not have to deal with it.
And then they're going to leave.
Yeah.
They're waking up crazy early to drive in because they said.
I mean, I wouldn't do it.
No,
but if I was, I mean, I can see why people want to go see the whole spectacle.
Yeah, let's go be a part of College Game Day,
up.
be in the crowd, and then we'll just ease on out when everybody else is easing in for the game. We'll be going the other way.
But
how you feel about that?
You got to make sure with your parking. See, one time years ago, a friend of mine, and Taylor was young, and his best buddy Matt, they were real young, and they were big Auburn, Alabama fans.
Okay.
So we went to they were still playing. I think it was the last time they played at Legion Field, the Iron Bowl.
Okay.
So we went down there, and we were going to look for tickets, and then we said, now, if it's ridiculous, we're not paying that. We'll just go home. But we didn't think about where we parked at. And then the time they parked other cars around us, then we were trapped. So we went from, I'm not paying this for a ticket to, well, we might as well find a ticket because we can't leave. They had blocked us in.
Oh, really? Oh, no. So, now you're there.
Yes.
Good night.
So you got to have a good exit plan. We didn't that day. We were going, I ain't paying this. We'll just go on. And then all of a sudden, dawned on me, I said, we can't leave. The way they parked the cars where we were at, we can't get out.
I wonder if folks that do, calling a Lyft or an Uber, if they're pretty active on days like this, because you would think that, or they probably have shuttles. I don't know. But get far away and then call in somebody, just go drop you off and then come back and pick you up. But I just think moving around is just going to be a handle. But that's a great point. If you do go in knowing you're going to leave early, you better have an exit strategy.
Yeah, because I'm sure it's better there. This was at the old gray lady. You parked people. You paid them to park in their yard.
Yeah.
Well, they would stuff as many cars as they could in there. They didn't worry about it because they were thinking, well, y'all all be leaving at the same time.
Right.
We didn't think about that so I said, well, suddenly my price has gone up on what I'm willing to pay for a ticket as opposed to sitting in the car trapped.
Somebody says that if you go online to gameday.ua.edu, it will tell you everything you need to know. So that's a good landing source for information. But Terry and I were going on our evening walk post dinner last night. Man, it felt good. I know.
Ooh, there was a good breeze.
Man, it did. And this system coming through was just kind of breezy, felt nice. And so we went on a walk. A little long, but went on a walk last night. She kept just turning on roads, and I'm like, so we're just going to keep on doing this, I guess. But that was a conversation about, hey, so-and-so and so-and-so, they're going. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, oh, yeah, they're going. They're getting up early, going to go be a part of it. They just want to be around
and then watch the game on TV. That ain't a bad plan.
And then they're like, and maybe I get to see Trump, and I didn't want to break their little heart. But he's coming in at game time.
He's not going to be out doing public appearances.
No. They are very, very tight on his schedule, they say.
Yeah, I bet, especially after what's been going on lately.
Yeah. So that's happening, and we'll talk to Span about those of you nationally, that are college football fans. You'll be tuning in for College Game Day. As of right now, and again, things can change, but as of right now, I believe besides maybe a passing rain shower or two, they say Saturday is going to be pretty nice. So hopefully everything will be great in Tuscaloosa for all of you coming in. And I know a lot of you Georgia fans praying for you guys and ladies that are going to be affected by Hurricane Helene, because it's going to be ripping right through Georgia. And some of you that had plans to come over, I'd love to hear from y'all. All of y'all even earlier than anticipated.
That'd be a good idea.
Because a lot of you and they were talking about this because every hurricane and system is different. I mean, they're all the same as far as wind and this, that, and the other, but they're all different on what they bring to the table. And this one's going to have both. And they say it is hundreds of miles wide. Wow. And so if you're on the east side of this through Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, and then it's going to go up into Tennessee and Indiana and just kind of spin around a little bit. But they're saying that Atlanta could really see almost hurricane force winds because it's ripping through pretty fast. Yeah. So we'll get an update from Span. But I know a lot of you Georgia Bulldog fans are going to be coming over from Georgia, even though y'all live all over the place. But that's something we're thinking about, on what's your plan now? I mean, are you leaving out early?
And you can't believe it. You've been waiting on this game the whole time. And now you got to deal with this.
Yeah, I know. And they were talking about evacuations. And, one thing that they were trying to talk about yesterday is everybody goes by their experiences of going through hurricanes. I know I do when I was growing up. And they're like, you kind of need to take that one out. Because if you're down on the coast by around Tallahassee and everything where they expect landfall, this is going to be different. And so some of you are evacuating, but some of you are vertically evacuating, which means you're just moving everything to the second floor thinking, hey, we'll be cool. And one of the things they're trying to stress is, no, you're going to be stranded there for a while. So you're on the second floor, but now you're there. Yeah. So if you have a medical emergency, something happens, you can't really go anywhere. So it's the unknown, and we'll talk to Span today. But I thought about that game day experience, and then I thought about all the Georgia fans that we'll be praying for. And really, I know Bama fans live all over the place too. There's probably some in Georgia coming over, but you know what I mean. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out, but we'll get with Span today on that. All right, so we have a number of different stories. The UNLV quarterback story that we talked about yesterday with the NIL and him saying, y'all didn't deliver what you promised me. You have a little bit more details on that.
Yeah.
What's the latest?
They're saying, because we couldn't figure out what we knew. It was
he just said, I'm done.
The problem seems to be a coach had offered him $100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it comes from the collective. Well, the collective, they didn't sign off on it. I guess what you got is too many people trying to make decisions.
Yeah.
And, they're still trying to figure all this stuff out. And the collective was like, we didn't agree to that.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't want that. They wanted to pay him like $3,000 a month for ever how long.
Mm.
And he did admit, he said if he didn't have another year of eligibility, then he probably would have just had to stay.
Yeah.
But he does have another year. He can redshirt and play next year somewhere else. But
so you're saying the coaches recruited him and promised him something, but the collective didn't sign off on it?
According to what I read, the collective was like, we didn't agree to that.
Right.
So whatever. So they're still trying to
But they're currently undefeated. If y'all don't know this story, and their starting quarterback said, I'm done. I'm not going to play anymore for UNLV. I'll take a redshirt year and have a year of eligibility because y'all didn't do what you said.
Yeah, basically. So
that's the update.
It's the collective and the coaching staff didn't get together on it, from what I just recently read.
But 6 figures.
Yeah, $100,000.
Wow.
So he said, I'm out.
Man.
And like I said, they were going for that spot, in the playoffs they're going to have for the whatever group or whatever they are. I don't know what it is.
Right.
Group of 5.
Yeah. That's big news. All right, so there's your update on that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/BigVox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you're going to get a 100-night trial to see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox and save 25% off your mattress order. Plus, you get a free gift. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Well, wealthy people have tax attorneys. You probably don't. Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which to avoid. And by the way, you should never talk to the IRS yourself. Plus, Tax Network USA learned of a limited special IRS offer. The IRS is willing to forgive $1 billion in tax penalties. Do you qualify? Find out by calling 1-800-780-8888 or going to tnusa.com/bigbox to find out. They are the team that we recommend to solve your IRS issues and get your life back. Go to tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. You also find the phone number and the URL at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We've got James Spann coming up in about an hour and a half. He'll give us an update on Hurricane Helene as it is continuing to build in the Gulf and head towards the Big Bend there and the Big Bend, I should say, and in Florida, right around Tallahassee. And so we will update all of you with James Spann in about an hour and a half, and he'll give us the latest on what it's going to do. I want to move on, but I do want to make sure that we represent UNLV on this quarterback thing. I know we're like, somebody's like, okay, look, please move. Well, we gave you an update going to the break about what the UNLV quarterbacks say and the allegations of, hey, no, you promised me 6 figures, you haven't done it, I'm out. Well, UNLV Athletics has come out with a statement going, hey, whoa. They're saying that the quarterback representative made financial demands upon the university and its NIL collective in order to continue playing. So they're saying, no, this is something different here. They're saying that UNLV Athletics interpreted these demands as a violation of the NCAA pay-for-play rules.
Which is funny.
As well as the Nevada state law. UNLV does not engage in such activity, nor does it respond to implied threats. UNLV has honored all the previously agreed-upon scholarships for Matthew. UNLV has conducted its due diligence and will continue to operate its program within the framework of the NCAA rules and regulations as well as Nevada state
rules
laws.
And regulations,
no, there's not. That's kind of funny. But I think what I'm seeing out of this is Matthew is saying, y'all didn't do what you said you were going to do. And UNLV is going, no, we fulfilled what we told you we were going to do when we signed you on as a scholarship athlete. You've kind of now started demanding things once you're here, and we're not going to do that.
He's claiming that the coaching staff offered him 100.
Correct.
And that the collective didn't know it, but
Correct.
they didn't sign off on it.
That's it. So there you go. There's the latest. That's just.
And then they had some success, and he goes, now, I won't, now you're going to pay me? And they were like, no. All
right. Quick update there. So, just to be fair to UNLV, that's what they're saying, and now we've told you what Matthew's saying. We won't spend much time on this, but I've asked you pancake or waffle today, National Pancake Day.
National Pancake. I love a good pancake.
Best pancake. If you had to go right now and go, I'm going to get a pancake now.
I was disappointed with the last batch I ordered, but normally Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel is good.
Now, the last batch I got, I didn't like. But it was just one of those days. They didn't make it dark enough. I wanted a little dark.
Mm-hmm. When Reese was recovering from his wisdom tooth surgery, teeth, I should say, his 2 uppers. He didn't have lowers. Wisdom
they
teeth.
already gone. They just
never came. I guess not. But so he had his 2 uppers removed, and he finally got good enough, well enough to like get off the liquid diet and go okay. And pancakes, kind of soft. Put the syrup on it, and his little girlfriend went to a Cracker Barrel. And
they got a good pancake when done right.
Yeah.
Now IHOP's hard to beat too. That's a good pancake.
Oh man.
And of course, if I'm going waffle, I got to go to the Waffle House. I mean, come on.
So that brings up something. So he goes.
I like them big Belgians.
Oh yeah, gets a pancake at Cracker Barrel, the pancakes, and comes home and he's kind of panicked a little bit. It's late Sunday afternoon, and his first time kind of out, and they come walking in. He's like, Dad, I need your help. I need your help. And he's holding his wisdom tooth. And one of them had already come in. It was coming in crooked, and I don't think I ever gave anybody an update on that. And the surgery went great. They were in and out of there. Terry said they pulled up, and they had him back there, and they were gone within 40 minutes probably. They got him a system, and everything went well. The recovery seems to be going well. But so he had that Friday morning. Well, Sunday afternoon, he went to Cracker Barrel and to get the pancakes, and he comes in and he's like, "Hey, Dad, something's up, man. I'm feeling my stitches coming down. Are they ripping?" And I'm like, he said, "I need your help." And I'm like, "Well, buddy, I'm not okay, but let's get over here." So I turned the flashlight on my iPhone. I said, "Open up," and he opens his mouth, and sure enough, it looks like one of the stitches or something had come loose, and it was hanging down like 2 strings.
Yeah,
and it was on his tongue. It was driving him crazy. He's like, "Hey, man, can you cut these?" I'm like, "Can I cut them? They're in the back of your mouth." What? And I said, "Well, let me find out." So I got some scissors and disinfected them, cleaned them, and got alcohol and all that. Did all that, and so I had his girlfriend hold the iPhone, the light, and he opened his mouth as far as he could.
Good night.
And here I go without having, and I don't know how you surgeons do it. I mean, without having a shaky hand. And I have to get way back in there. And, buddy, I clipped that thing. I got one of them. He goes, "Oh, that's so much better." Oh, so much, man. Can you get the other one? I'm like, oh, no.
You couldn't believe
And so I go in after the other one, and I couldn't see it. It's like I knew where it was, and then I kind of lost it. Yeah. And so I didn't want to just clamp down and get half his tongue or something, you know?
Clip up.
Because he's trying to hold his tongue down, but his tongue, like, had a mind of its own. It was hopping around a little bit. And so he said, what about this? And he pulls the side of his mouth down because it didn't hurt. And I could see it, and I clipped it. And he said, oh, man, that's it. So I was able to do it. We pulled it off. But for a while, he was panicking. He thought he messed up because, they'll scare you to death. Yeah. Hey, don't you do this. And if it rips, you got to come back and dry socket this and all that.
Meanwhile, you got a pair of scissors shoved in his mouth, cutting.
I couldn't believe I was sitting there. I had the NFL game on. Terry ran to the grocery store doing something, running around, and here he comes busting in. Hey, Dad.
Well, at least you had a good pair of scissors to pull it off. Get them long, narrow ones.
Oh, hey, Booker Blaine came home. Terry did.
Oh, what are you doing?
What scissors did you use?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, well, I went with the ones that has the cover on it. It's your I call it your sure enough good ones. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I was about to say, and then she has a built-in speech about, well, you didn't need to. I didn't use those. I didn't.
So the speech doesn't apply.
So it doesn't apply.
So I'm glad
because I don't have to get a speech on why I shouldn't have used these other ones because I didn't.
And the thing about that, they have the speech ready.
Yeah.
Even if you go from the get-go, hey, nice speech, but it didn't happen that way. So hold it for later if I ever do that.
That's it.
But you're going to hear it anyway.
That's it.
And then you go, okay, nice speech, but it doesn't apply. But thank you.
Yeah. Love you, sweetheart. But, I mean, good night.
Can I go back to the ball game? Do you mind?
Could I please do that? Because, see, he's fine, and he says he's fine, and I used the right scissors. See, I didn't use those other scissors, and I didn't cut him either. Well, you could have really messed up.
I could have.
I know. I could have. You could have cut his right. But, see, I didn't, and I was aware of all that.
Hold the speech in case I ever cut his teeth later.
Then suddenly we were talking about something when they were little about something that happened. I'm like, well, how'd we get there?
Yeah, I'm still paying for that.
I cut the two strings, and he says it was fine.
Yeah. In fact, he said it was a relief.
If something's bothering you in your mouth, buddy, your tongue will go to that in a second.
Leave it alone.
And he was dry. He said, I almost, from Cracker Barrel to home, I almost went crazy.
It ruined his pancake eating.
Yes. He claimed that he felt like every time he opened his mouth, it was pulling him tighter. Because your mind, you don't know what it's like because you can't see it. And he's like, and he was coming in like, yes, his tongue was on. Dad, I need your help. I need you to work some magic. All right, buddy. I did it. So, honey, I did it. No reason for a speech. But today, National Pancake Day, if some of you want one. I'm starving now. We've been talking about pizza with Pizza Hut, now pancakes.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely starving.
With it. A little bacon
no pressure from the tubers that are coming today. You don't have to bring anything, but if you do,
well,
we'll take it. As it is Tuber Day in the Golden Ticket seats today. A lot of you have supported us for so many years, and now you're going to be in studio. And most of the time they're outside. And when we were at the Vestavia City Center, the Breezeway was a perfect place to come and hang out because you could look in and see us. Here, it's not so friendly.
Not an outside friendly observation. We had the perfect on the other.
God, it was perfect. Yeah. We looked like fish in an aquarium. We always use that as an example. You just stood there or you're at the zoo sitting there looking at it. That's what you did with us. Had speakers out there, protected from the weather, unless it was cold and breezy, of course, but at least from the rain. Animals, so many animals.
Yeah.
And
monkeys could ride dogs right there. Had plenty of room.
Right. So they've been in the parking lot a ton here, but you can't see in here or anything. It's almost like you're just in the parking lot hanging out. But today they'll actually have some seats in the Golden Ticket seats. So
there it is.
We look forward to seeing you. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. It's right at 15 minutes until top of the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Pros, now's your chance to save big during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Right now, save big on appliances like the GE Stainless Steel Kitchen Suite. Plus, save $40 on 5-gallon pails of Valspar Reserve, Valspar Defense, and Valspar Stain. Shop Pro Savings Days today for big savings on everything you need to get the job done right. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 9/27 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care, and that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox, buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Don't forget RBU this coming weekend is with Ken Kachigian. His book, Behind Closed Doors, in the room with Reagan and Nixon. And we will talk to him today on RBU. And it's great timing with what's going on now with the presidential election coming up, the 2 assassination attempts on Trump. And he was with Reagan during his attempt on his life, and was also a speechwriter for Richard Nixon. And we'll talk to him and get his intake. He was with both President Nixon and Reagan back in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, and talks a lot about what all went on there behind the scenes. And President Reagan named him his trusted speechwriter, his favorite one. And so we'll get with Ken. I was in there talking to Bubba about it. He's fired up.
Fired up like nobody's business.
That's it. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to us by buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGV is in voice, OX. And we thank all of you for supporting them because they see that and they're like, okay, we got this. Buyraycon.com/bigvox. Same audio quality is expected from the big guys, half the price. And they sound great too. And they have a lot of upgraded models for their best-selling everyday earbuds. You got the optimized gel tips for the cozy fit, 3 customizable sound styles, lots of colors to choose from. They got multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a number of vibrant colors, as I mentioned. So go there now. You're going to have that 30-day happiness guarantee. You have nothing to lose. Plus, you're going to get 15% off today, plus the free shipping. All of that at buyraycon.com/bigvox, BIGV as in voice, OX. 15% off, free shipping. Buyraycon.com/bigvox, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so I know that you had mentioned the fact that we had not done any unscreened phone calls.
We haven't, and I'm a huge fan of it.
Yeah.
And I've been asking and asking, and I think, why not do it now?
Yeah, why not?
Wouldn't that be a good day?
I get a little nervous from it because I want everybody
do it too much.
I want everybody to play nice and not get us in trouble. But I do love hearing the people too.
Absolutely.
And so 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you want to holler at us, we will attempt to do some unscreened phone calls. And 866 We Be Big is the number. 866-932-3244. All the text messages are coming in. People are weighing in throughout the show today on Pizza Hut announcing that they're closing up most of their store, almost 130.
Man.
Golly. Also, some ideas of where their favorite pancakes are. They say IHOP, the cheesecake pancakes are the best.
I really don't want to vary from traditional pancake,
right.
But I would try because I do like cheesecake. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I haven't messed with things like that. When it comes to pancakes, just give me pancakes.
Just give me pancakes.
Yeah. Now I will say this: the chocolate chip pancakes at Waffle House.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. It was chocolate chip waffles. I'm sorry, at Waffle House because Waffle House doesn't have pancakes. No. That was always the go-to for the boys. And I would always be like, man, can we go somewhere that has pancakes? And like, no, Dad, try this. And I tried that one time. Now, that was good. Make top of your head tingle.
Yeah, I bet it is good. I like the old traditional on both of them.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to venture out a little bit.
All right, let's go.
I ain't against it.
The phones are going nuts here. Let's go to Bam, it says, in Florida.
Bam.
I'm not sure. This is what the caller ID says. Hello, how are you?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey, man. Are you getting where are you in Florida?
I'm in Orlando, and I'm getting sick of hearing about this storm that has never, ever came here. Like, we had, like, no rain yesterday. Buddy. I think it's just the media, man.
Buddy, you're in Orlando. No one said one was coming. No one said that one was coming to Orlando.
No, but they did. They said it was coming that way. I'm telling you, I live here. They told us. I've been hearing about it.
Well, I think at the time,
first of all, it's in the Gulf as we speak. It's not on land, and when it comes on land, I don't think it's coming to Orlando.
Right now, at the beginning, I will tell you, Bam. I will say this: in the beginning, they weren't really sure. There was the cone was like it was pretty wide. But over the last, say, 48 hours, they've been pretty dialed in on where it's going.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but now I'm
Bam says the hoax.
I don't know about you, but I'm in the mindset of if I don't get the severe weather, I'm happy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be disappointed. Bam, are you disappointed that you don't have a Cat 4 coming down on you?
I've never understood the people that are mad. Like if there's a tornado warning or something, they're mad they didn't get destroyed.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't come here.
Well, I exaggerated again.
Why'd they interrupt TV for this? It didn't come here. Well, it did down the road. They're destroyed, but you're okay and you're mad about it?
Yeah, I think you're gonna be clear, considering when it comes in, it's moving into Georgia and up above towards Tennessee. You're good, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't think Orlando's in it.
Yeah.
I know you're mad about it.
Right. Let's go to Mobile, Alabama. That's where it says. I don't know if that's where you are, but what's up? Unscreened phone calls. Hello. You got to be ready. Got to be ready. Let's go to, it says area code 205, the Birmingham, Central Alabama area. What's up? Unscreened phone calls.
Good morning, Speedy and Greg. This is Jeremy from Jasper. Just going to call and agree with you guys on Cracker Barrel. When they're spot on, they're good. But thank you guys for what you did the last 30-plus years. I hope the good Lord blesses you and everybody there with y'all's ongoing process, what you're going to do. But thanks for giving everybody a smile, a laugh, and just thank you guys for doing what you do and serving the Lord. Appreciate it, fellas.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the phone call.
Kind words.
Yes. Let's go over to Mississippi, it says. Checking in, 866 We Be Big. Unscreened phone calls. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Speedy.
Yes, sir.
Speedy.
Yes, sir.
This is Wes, Hattiesburg.
Hey, Wes, what's happening?
I got a question for Greg.
Okay.
What's the biggest storm that you ever got called out on, Greg? With the power company.
Hurricane Andrew, 1992 in Miami. That was a bad one. That was the worst one by far.
Wow.
Category 5.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
That was rough.
Yep.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yep.
That's tough. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you calling in, Wes.
Yeah, that was a monster.
I know, in all seriousness, I mean, you said that was heartbreaking to see.
Oh, it was like a bomb went off. There was nothing left. As far as power lines, nothing.
Man.
We was down there. We're in an area where there were a bunch of like nurseries where they raise plants and all this.
Yeah.
There were just acres and acres of them.
Right. Let's go up to Huntsville. Every line is ringing, so I apologize if you're calling and it's busy. These are unscreened phone calls, and y'all are wanting to weigh in. 256 checking in. What's up?
Speedy.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you get Vivek Ramaswamy on there sometime?
We do need to get Vivek on.
Oh, we're a huge fan.
He's a great interview.
He is.
Back down to Mobile. Wow, y'all hot and heavy today. What's up?
Hey, Greg.
Yo.
How good are you gonna sleep? How good are you gonna sleep tonight, knowing you ain't got to go to work in the morning?
It took me a while to get used to that, just on thunderstorms.
Yeah.
But I'll sleep really good.
Yeah,
I will.
We'll go talk to Span in about an hour and a half. Actually, an hour on the latest. Go over to Georgia here. It says you're in Georgia. 706 weighing in. What's up?
It's the Speedy and Greg show. Hey, Greg.
Hey, bud.
Hey, man. Listen, if I was to have a bulldog and I shaved this rear end, it'd look just like you.
Well, that may be an improvement.
You know, I could tell he was a minion, and he just wanted to make you proud.
Yeah, that was good. You may be right. Like I said, maybe an improvement.
Yeah.
Or you may get your ass.
Greg,
I don't know.
Had 3 seconds. We had 3 seconds. Oh, me. He got what he wanted, though.
He did.
See, look at you.
Good for him. I like Unscreened. Look at him. It's just
every
full.
every
people
line,
are actually listening, which is scary.
Every line.
Awesome.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big. The main show starts next. We'll try to do more of this, all right? Because the people obviously want to talk.
They do.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hour, how are you? A brand new day underway. We're glad that you are here. This hour starts with the national anthem. Here we go. Everybody ready? Here we go. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new show. Kickoff hour's done. Speedy and Greg knocked that out for you. Here comes Eddie Van Adler. He now joins the team. He'll take over the steering wheel for the YouTube experience. For those of you that are watching YouTube Live or the archive, thank you for being with us. Best of Hour also available for Blaze TV subscribers for America's boldest radio stations. Hello, Rick and Bubba Radio Network. If you don't have an affiliate and you don't want to watch on YouTube, we got the TuneIn app for you. Another live option. So you can go to the Rick and Bubba TuneIn channel and get Rick and Bubba 24/7, including the live show every day. On the archive option, I mentioned the YouTube archives, but you also have audio archives available daily on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. You get a best of hour there as well. So live or archived, we're glad that you are here. We do have a lot to do today. Span will be dropping by for the latest on Hurricane Helene. We'll get that update from him today. We'll break down the stories that have happened personally or around the world since the last time we were together. But we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Play that funky music, white boy. There you go. A little spillover from One Hit Wonder yesterday. Wild Cherry. Wild Cherry. Don't remember them giving us another one after that. But so great song.
I blew that one out, though.
Yes,
did
it did. It did. Yeah, that's nothing.
Again, how do you have that kind of hit and couldn't just scrape together something for a second round?
Something else.
People would have give you a chance after that.
It's something. I remember.
It seemed like there was a second song, but it didn't go near. what that
I can't remember what it was, but I do remember. When we always talk about those songs that just.
Oh wait, was that Play That Funky Music, Brown Boy?
That was it.
Was that it?
That was the one.
Person of color.
And they added. Well, I think they added maybe one of those mariachi bands in the background, kind of like Johnny Cash did on Ring of Fire. I don't know. Almost ruins the song.
It does. It really
but anyway, you know how we have these moments, and we share them a lot on the show in musical history. When we stop and say this, when we say this is it, your music stops today.
Right. You can't top it.
Why even add to it?
Right.
So I was just a stupid little kid in I think middle school. And at the time, our lunchroom had a jukebox in it.
Oh, yeah.
Now, that didn't... eventually,
y'all were uppity school.
How about this? Eventually, some killjoy took it out. But
sure.
So you would hear music, there at lunch, and so I'm just a little kid, walking into that, terrifying lunchroom.
And Play That Funky Music got played a lot.
Listen, and Play That Funky Music came on that jukebox, and I can still see. You remember how the lunchroom tables would fold up, and you fold them out, and they had the colored seats as you went down, connected to the table. Yeah. And I remember walking through them in the line to go eat, and the jukebox was to my left. And I just stopped as a little kid, and I thought to myself, well, music will never. Why even add on?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the greatest song that anybody's ever put out. I mean, it's so.
Remember, if somebody picked a song nobody liked, they'd boo.
Yeah.
Boo. So, how much did it cost for a spin?
Gosh, I don't know, a quarter maybe.
Did you see the record drop in that? Could you see it? Was it?
I think so.
Clear,
It was like the one at Pizza Boy.
Yeah, it was. It was very similar.
Over in the corner.
Y'all hadn't told Bubba the news, have you? Speaking of pizza.
Man.
Oh, I saw it.
Did you?
I saw it.
You all right?
Well, I mean, what do you expect?
How do you mess that
Well, that
up?
ain't the only one.
I know,
we'll review that whole thing. Okay, so this goes back to we're in a presidential election. We have two sides, two opinions, two ways of dealing with issues in this country that are totally 180 degrees opposite.
Yep.
And the country seems to be split down the middle, very bizarrely, over this. We have more and more and more restaurants every day closing.
No, big ones.
And I'm going to tell you a couple of them today. We're going to talk about them. So
that's funny.
Why do we think? I mean, I'm just talking about logic here, okay?
Yeah. Oh well, God forbid that come back.
Why would anybody that has any walking around sense want to continue doing what we're doing when it is failing?
Bubba, that's one of those things that it just every now and then, if I let it creep in, it'll keep me up at night.
I mean, I worry about these people looking up when it starts raining.
I know.
You know?
I know, because we may lose them.
I mean, you can't be much ahead of that to keep wanting more of this.
I know.
Exactly.
I don't get it. You know whatever label you want on them or not. Look, it either works or it doesn't. And we're going to see people on the news. We're going to see, and they're going to tell you the economy is doing better than it's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that sure is strange.
It is.
And crime
because
is
it
down.
doesn't feel like it's doing any better for me. And I keep seeing all these places close. It ain't doing better for them. So what's the deal? I mean, if I could quote one of our great federal agents, hey, what's the deal?
Right. I'm going to say something right now to America. If you're watching or listening, America, and you lean to the left, you've crossed the line with Bubba with this Pizza Hut thing. That you're going to see a whole new anger.
Rick, it was too big a fail.
I know, but let me tell you, when you destroy Pizza Hut, you don't want to face Bill Bussey. I'm going to tell you that. Now, I will throw this out too. And Bubba, because
I would be married today if it wasn't for Pizza Hut.
That's right. I want you to know, because I've actually heard this. This is the latest, because we're all trying to find.
Does half of America have the Stockholm effect?
Well,
are you going back to the people who are torturing you? Have you fallen in love with them?
Yeah. I listened to this. Listen, I listened to this. Listen to it. I heard someone in the administration telling people like you and me, what you just said, we're misremembering.
No, we're not.
Did you hear this?
No, we're not.
The latest thing.
I'm not misremembering Pizza Hut. I used to go to.
Yeah. They're saying that the economy is actually great, and we're not remembering. Right.
Is that right?
No, Stockholm.
No, I used to go to Pizza Hut. I'm not having a memory problem.
Back to Stockholm. They're telling you and me that we don't remember that the Trump economy was actually bad, and this one's better.
I could go to Pizza Hut. I could go to Pizza Hut and eat.
I don't remember it that way at all, but so we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today as we march on. We will have James Spann dropping in for the latest Helene update. That'll be coming up next hour. And you kind of plan, and then...
already predicted a Category 4.
Could potentially be a 4.
Yep.
And so we'll see. Moving so fast that you don't know, but it is going to go inland, and so there'll be a lot of rain and thunderstorms and wind, and so we'll just kind of see how that goes, and we'll talk about the latest path, which should be pretty accurate now with Spann, and we'll
you never know with those things, Rick.
Yeah, well, that's true. So we'll have that coming up. As a matter of fact, I was going. The big plan was father-son. A little weekend with Big Love over in Atlanta where he lives. I was leaving tomorrow after the show and heading over there, and we were going to have dinner and just hang out, get up, have breakfast together, spend a little time, and then I was coming back. So now we both have just decided, well, Dad, let's just check in tomorrow afternoon. Let's see the state of Atlanta, then we'll go from there. Yeah. So still may go if he still has his power. If he doesn't, he'll probably won't. So we'll just
be part of that.
Play it by ear.
But the weird thing is if you're inland, it's a different story on the coast. But if you're inland, it's going so fast. You may look and go, yeah, we got some issues, and then suddenly you look and you're like, well, but not for long. It goes by pretty quick.
But the other thing that makes it odd is it will still be a hurricane when it's almost all the way up to Atlanta.
Yeah, they were saying tropical storm by then, but you're right, it could be. So
it just depends where it plays out. But I mean, you're going to go hundreds and hundreds of miles inland with it still at winds that are hurricane level.
Yep.
So back to the news today. We already had Red Lobster close a bunch of locations this summer.
You know what it was? All you could eat shrimp, messed them up.
That's it.
And you know, there may be a few left, but I mean, let's face it, it's left for dead.
Yep.
Okay,
yep.
It's flopping around on the beach. It ain't gonna make it.
Yep.
Now we have Pizza Hut. Their largest franchisee owner says he is giving up, going to shut the doors on 130 restaurants.
And he just said that. He just said, I just can't do it anymore. I can't make it work.
I saw one story said 127. I saw another one said 130. It's a whole bunch of Pizza Huts. And Rick, that's not the only one. One that I thought might be inflation proof, believe it or not, Hooters. Looks like they're in trouble.
Wait a minute.
They've got to find a way to refinance $300 million in debt, and some of that probably will be in closures. They've already closed 40 underperforming restaurants here in the last few months. So,
well, they said also they had two things they had to deal with. I don't know if you saw that. Did you? They're having to deal with the cost of things, but also, if you remember, we had a huge, and it was a story, we didn't cover it, but it is a fact. When they found out that implants were poisoning women,
right.
and so that hurt their business quite a bit as well.
Well, they've got several hills to get over.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Anybody heard from the tilted kilt? How are they doing?
Greg. Not in this story, Greg, but thank you.
Yeah. Right.
Bill Clinton actually did comment on that news. Here's his comments.
Okay, is this it right here?
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Okay. That's so good. But you know, just like you said, that's not economy. It's not economy proof.
No, inflation proof, or you know. But again,
there's some inflation.
You know, and I would say this to all reasonable thinking people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's forget these titles. Let's forget parties. Let's forget this and that. The news media is telling you that you're better off now than you were during the Trump years. Okay, they're telling you that every day. Every day. We can edit together an hour of them telling you that if you would like for us to. We could do that. But you see it. You know that. I don't have to convince you of that. But I'm telling you that we deal with businesses every day, and they are hanging on by a thread. Most of them are hanging on by a thread. There's a few doing good. But we're going to be in a society where you can't go out to eat. You can't afford to go out to eat. The ones that are there, the price is going to be so high. And if you think that this is a bad direction for the country, you need to vote to change it. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Well,
and if you think this is the way to go, then you head right on. You're gonna have a lot of far left policies, and you will not be able to stop and eat anywhere along the way. So you have to make your pick, I guess.
Well, I think you just hit on it too, because one thing, and Greg was just talking about it. It has gotten so bad on costs that sometimes families depend on, especially families on the run. Remember, we were told there was actually a whole industry that's in trouble right now, and the whole industry was fast food that is inexpensive.
Right.
Well, when you're going through a drive-through now, and the number 2 is $20.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
$20. I mean, didn't you say, Greg? You said you saw one $19 for like just a regular.
A single burger was $13. That's with no fries or drink.
Good gracious!
I mean,
see, now that's even where you're supposed to go for food that's supposed to be real affordable.
Yeah. So in 90 days, you've seen Pizza Hut, you've seen Red Lobster, Hooters is in the mix too. Like I said, they got to reorganize $300 million in debt, or they're going to be in trouble. We had Kmart closing.
Mm-hmm. Tupperware went out of business.
Tupperware. To me, how does Tupperware? Are you kidding me?
And the ones that are going to make it are going to charge you so astronomically much to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I don't know. I can't even fathom that this is really very much of a race.
But remember, go back and look through all the tyrannical governments of all time.
Oh yeah, we've raised that minimum wage. How'd that work out for
everybody?
Yeah,
well, add that to it.
One of the things they have always done is to convince you that they are not who they are. And so you're hearing it again, and then they're now overusing the term gaslighting while gaslighting.
Yeah, well, so, that's usually the thing. Look to the terminology they're using.
If they're trying to convince you that you misremembered how good the economy was under Trump, and they try to use the pandemic year to play games with you, that you're misremembering it. Y'all, that is the essence of gaslighting. Yes. To convince you that what you know isn't really what's happening.
That ain't what happened.
So they're now telling you that they're doing great, and that they're giving you. First of all, they're telling you they're giving you a great economy, and Trump actually gave you a bad one. You just don't remember it right. Guys, you can use the term gaslighting while doing that.
Right.
That's what it is.
Well, we didn't have these stories during the Trump administration. Tell you that.
And I agree with Governor Walz. I mean, we can't have 4 more years of this. That's what he said.
We cannot afford
You're
4
right,
more
buddy.
years of this.
You're right.
Yeah, Governor
Oh,
Walz,
my
you
goodness.
are dead on.
Bubba,
dead
the
on.
chicken bacon ranch.
Holy moly.
Nice.
I know.
Holy moly.
Very nice.
Wow.
Somebody's told me, Greg, the bacon ranch at Subway is $17.
Yeah. What?
For that sandwich.
Good.
$17 for a sandwich.
I'm shocked you can get out for that.
Yeah.
Where's the $5 footlong when you need it?
Those were long gone.
Yep. Hey, let me tell you something. The left's crossed some lines today.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
If that don't wake you up.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They told her what it was. They thought the machine was shocking him.
I went, no! the ladies did get a kick out of it, though. We had a good time with it. But no, it was one of those things where the 23 to 18 percent body fat, and when you just get in, and you're like, wow, so I'm low 20s, what's up, and you're like, dadgummit. And
I'd love to be low 20s.
It was pretty entertaining. We did have a good time, but that was not Don Juan. No.
Okay. That's what his problem is with people.
So really, the problem is you called it make fun of Speedy and really pulled in Don Juan by thinking Sean was him.
Yeah.
Well,
Thanks, David.
Yes, sir.
Now, by the way, there was like a sun damage little area. It was.
He told me about this too. Told you you could stick your face in there and show you how much sun damage you had over there.
Oh my gosh, man! It's like
Wow.
It's like it was almost like like at the mall, you go in to take those pictures and you close the curtain.
Yes.
Well, it was one of those things, but just for your face, and you just stuck your head in there, and it's like all of a sudden you see a mirroring image of all the damage you've gotten on your face from the sun, and it's like I was like one big freckle, you know?
Wow.
It was unbelievable. Everybody, not one person except Don Juan, well, Sean, only one person didn't come out screaming. Everybody else was like, "Oh my God!"
And let me take a guess. The person who didn't was as black as a skillet.
Sean, but he wasn't that black.
Oh, really?
He's not black as a
So
skillet.
he hadn't been out in the sun much.
No, I don't know. She just said
he's
he had
darker
perfect,
than D.
he had,
All right. Well, callers are calling saying that body fat test machine is plus or minus 12%. So either you may not be as bad as you think, or a lot worse.
All right. Well, I was in the desired range, but
Rick, it could be worse.
You've gotten a little thicker in the middle, but we all do when you get older.
Sure.
You have to work at it a little more.
Oh, yeah,
that ain't no big
definitely.
deal. You're still in good shape for your age.
Definitely. 34. I'm working out with a 27-year-old, and I'm like, hey, when
That's
you're
right.
34, keep up with me.
Right. And one day you can bench as much as me, but I mean, you can keep working.
Oh
with that.
my
I mean,
gosh.
that's fine. Let's,
You're so funny.
Let's go to Sean in Nashville. Speaking of Nashville, do you know that there's going to be a combination of Big Brother meets American Idol, and it will be done from Nashville? It's going to be called the Nashville Star on USA Networks. And it's going to be a deal where you're trying to be a star, but people are also voting you off at the same time. Something like that in Nashville. Sean, are you going to be in that?
No, they would not want me in that.
Okay. All right, but anyway, it's coming up. There's going to be 12 artists competing for a record contract, sharing a house together on Music Row and competing for a record contract at the same time. Nashville Star, live from Nashville. What was your question, Sean?
Well, there's a little weekly mag we have here called the Rage, has like club listings, stuff like that, and I picked it up this morning, and there's this event called First Fridays, and it says First Fridays was crafted for the educational, professionally employed, mature black occasional clubber. And then I look down here, and they've got a picture of a DJ spinning, and it says DJ Don Juan. And I swear it could be Dio. I mean, if he's got the modeling thing going on.
Everywhere.
He is
He
everywhere.
is everywhere.
The life this guy is living away from the show, we're just now finding out about it.
I know. I mean, I think the audience deserves to know, because if he's going to be spinning, I'm not a brother myself, but I might want to show up and see him, you know?
That happens not to be me, because when if I'm going out to spin or something, I'm DJ Big D. Instead of I'm Don Juan on radio.
Okay,
DJ Big D.
Okay, all right. Let's please make a note of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't get your D's confused.
That's right. Thank you, Sean. Everybody, please make a note of that. We'll come back. Mark Prater will join us, and you're going out to get some air.
Yes. It's stuffy in here. Wow.
It is stuffy. I mean, but you're doing all right.
Thanks.
I mean, to be as sick as you've been.
Right. Day 9.
You're doing fine. Doing fine. We'll come back. Mark Prater, tell us what our weekends are going to look like at 877 We Be Big. And a lot of us are wondering, in the South, so is rain our thing now? Do we all now live in a rainforest? And we'll find out from Prater if we're going to dry up a little bit across the South in this weekend. So stay close. Mark Prater next at 877 We Be Big, your number 2 to call and be part of the program. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes now past the hour. Thanks for being with us. So, we mentioned November, a big decision for America. AMAC.us/BigVox, ready to go. The Association of Mature Citizens. You're probably like us. If you tend to have ideology that works from a conservative point of view, you start getting all your AARP stuff once you hit a certain age, and you start looking at all the discounts, and you start thinking, hey, this might be pretty cool. And then you looked at their lobby in Washington and said, well, not so cool. Well, now you have a choice. You do have a lobby for mature American citizens that is going after conservative ideology, trying to get the right people in office, trying to protect the Constitution, our amendment rights. And they also have discounts available for us, but also they use 100 different discounts with companies that share those same values. A big time when you travel, some big savings on travel. So check those, and of course, Medicare advice and Social Security advice. You also get the magazine. But again, the lobby is working from a conservative point of view, and right now your voice matters, and you can join the Association of Mature American Citizens, over 2.1 million strong right now, for $1. 1 year for $1. If you use our URL, amac.us/bigbox, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. The link is there too. Bubba, Eric Adams.
Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, has been indicted on criminal charges.
Hey.
He is painting himself as a victim of persecution after being indicted, saying he was singled out by the Biden administration for his stance on the immigrant crisis.
Oh, wow.
Adams, who is 64, becomes the first New York City mayor to be charged criminally while still in office. Afterwards, he gave a pre-recorded response, and this is part of that.
My fellow New Yorkers, it is now my belief that the federal government intends to charge me with crimes. If so, these charges will be entirely false, based on lies. But they would not be surprising. I always knew that if I stood my ground for all of you, that I would be a target, and a target I became. For months, leaks and rumors have been aimed at me in an attempt to undermine my credibility and paint me as guilty. Just this past week, they searched the home of our new police commissioner, looking for documents from 20 years ago, just 1 week after he joined my administration. Enough. I will fight these injustices with every ounce of my strength and my spirit.
Now, I know some of you think that Donald Trump's voice has changed. Because
that sounds amazingly what Donald Trump said, almost verbatim.
Right, yeah.
So, wait a minute. You mean to tell me Eric Adams, Democrat, by the way, mayor of New York, former police captain there, said that the Biden administration went after him because of a political disagreement and have now charged him criminally?
Correct.
That
is correct.
Okay,
that is.
Now we've seen this story one time before. It sounds like we're on the second chapter now.
You're talking about the same administration is weaponizing the government against people that oppose them politically?
And,
I just want to be sure I have that right.
But yet campaigning on the fact that Trump will go after his political enemies with the Justice Department. Okay, I mean, again, my friends.
My
friends. I had a friend. Is this the America you want to continue? It's only going to get worse. And you know why they were able to come back and do this? Because they didn't get shut down the first time. And they'll be coming after another. I even heard the mayor say, in his own way, I'm standing in the way.
Yes.
Between you and them.
Yep. You're talking about
that before.
Well, because what happened is this, talking about bipartisan. I tell you what gets real bipartisan is when something that you once were standing with them on is destroying your city.
Yeah.
Now, as the mayor, you have a responsibility to the people of the city, and he picked the people of the city over the federal government, and they're going to punish him for it.
I had high hopes when he went in as mayor because he is a former police officer, high-ranking captain.
Sure.
And that he would take some very hard-line stance on some of the crime in New York and help to clean that back up. Some of the things he's done, I kind of like. A lot of them he's done, I don't really care for. But that's really neither here nor there to this.
Right.
Again, he's being prosecuted, he says, because of political differences. So, you know, he'll have his day in court also. But don't we see a trend here? You know, especially if you go in. The thing about Trump's conviction that was so bizarro, really, was there was no victim.
Right.
There was nobody complaining. You had a district attorney who is supposed to uphold the law, who ran their whole campaign on "I will get Trump," without any facts, without any, you know, any investigators. So I get in there now. I have investigators. I go after him.
Yep.
No one has lost money. It's all a paperwork issue, and I trump up, no pun intended, 34 felonies. and get a conviction on all 34.
Yeah.
Now, you couldn't get the Nixon staff on all accounts. I mean, nobody goes in and gets convicted on all accounts. They always knock a few off because they throw a few extras in there just in case.
Yep.
So, you know, it really is getting to look stranger and stranger, and I guess I'm disappointed that more people are not standing up and saying this is wrong.
Well,
forget your party, forget your stance, forget your progressive versus conservative. We have to live in a country, and, you know, you have no democracy if you don't have laws. We've heard that. Well, what about when the top law enforcement agency is going after political opponents of both parties now? They're so brazen.
Yeah. Founding fathers, they're warning, crying from the graves. But here's where my hope is. I understand that there's a lot of social pressure on who you should vote for, and we've had this game played before, and that is with Obama. When Obama was coming in, the things that we knew about him, about his Saul Alinsky obsession, how he saw America, we knew all this. None of this was hidden from us. He wrote books about it, but we were told that if you did not vote for the first opportunity at what was deemed a African-American black family, then you were a racist. You couldn't just say, well, no, I just don't agree with the ideology. Well, you're a racist is what you are. And so if you wanted to vote against Obama, especially if you were maybe been lifelong Democrats, you had to do it without anybody knowing it. You had to say the right things at the parties, and you had to say the right things at work and all this. And what I'm hoping, that time everybody said, well, maybe if we put a black family in the White House, the highest office in the land for 8 years, we'll be forgiven for all the things we did in the past that weren't right involving black people. Of course, that didn't work. Actually, Obama made us more divided on race than we had been up to his presidency. So that didn't really go the way everybody thought. So this time, it's different. You have a candidate that the Democrats didn't even vote for. Now, they're trying to convince us that because she's a female and now black completely, that if we don't vote for her, we're misogynist and we're also racist again. But it doesn't feel like, because of all the things we've mentioned, it doesn't seem to be resonating the way it did with Obama, because I don't think they have as good a candidate. And what I do think, and I'm hoping happens, is that you're hearing people claiming they're going to vote for Kamala, but when they get into however they mail their vote in or they go to a precinct to vote, that when nobody knows it, they'll think to themselves, I really don't like $20 combo meals I don't like all of these businesses going out. I don't like the price of my groceries. I don't like what they just did to Eric Adams when he was trying to say illegal immigrants are a problem if we don't vet them. I don't really like any of that. I don't feel safe. My money's not going anywhere. I don't like it, and I'm going to secretly, I won't tell anybody because I can't take the heat from my family and my friends, because they'll tell me how horrible I am for voting for Trump. But in the secret moment of me voting, I know what I need to do, and I'm going to do it. That's my hope. Okay?
Hey, Rick, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I hope it happens.
Yeah.
But...
I mean, I'm just saying that's the thing, because sometimes in the world we live in now, especially, sometimes because of the just maniacal craziness sometimes of those that live in the fake world, there's some of us that are level-headed on the left and the right that go, tell them whatever they need to hear to go away, and then go do the right thing.
Right.
So I hope that happens. But we'll see. Because I don't know what else you could see in the real world that would not make this an easy choice. I'm talking about the real world. I'm not talking about the fake world. I'm talking about the real world.
I know.
You even have Eric Adams, like you said, Democrat, going, what are y'all doing to me? Because he didn't get in line. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
13 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 877-WE-BE-BIG Bubba has gone outside to get a breath of fresh air. Now, the bad thing about Bubba going outside to get fresh air, in this building, that's normally where all the smokers go. Are wondering, in the South, so is rain our thing now? Do we all now live in a rainforest? And
Rick and Bubba.
We're back 13 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 877-WE-BE-BIG Bubba has gone outside to get a breath of fresh air. Now, the bad thing about Bubba going outside to get fresh air, in this building, that's normally where all the smokers go. So he actually thinks he's going out to get fresh air. He could be out there in the middle of smokers. By the way, Bubba is not a smoker and is not outside smoking. For those of you, I just saw sales manager Steve Harrison, who is a real kind and gentle person. He said, when did Bubba take up smoking? I said, he's just out getting some fresh air. Okay. So trying to see if that'll help his voice. He got a little stuffy in here. All right, let's bring in here Mark Prater. Here he goes. Mr. Mark Prater. The time for the weather.
Thank you, voice, Bubba.
Go together. Sing it, Boomer. If it's snow or tornado. Sing it, boy. Hear Mark Prater. That's right. Sing it. The time for the weather. Ain't nobody better. Hear Mark Prater. Hear Mark Prater. Go, Boomer, go. Go, Boom. Hear Mark Prater. Hear Mark Prater. Well, I don't know.
That was beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you, Boomer.
Boomer was back kind of today, Prater. He said he's on the test lap.
God, love him, man. I know how he feels, and it's tough. It's frustrating, but I'm glad to see he's back, and he needs to rest it.
Yeah, right then he got, how, and I've been the same way. If you're ever struggling with your voice, and of course you've been through that a lot lately, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Stuffy air, dry, stuffy air is about as bad as it can be.
Yes.
And so he's gone out to try to get a little moist air out. All right, here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. James Spann will join us next segment. and we'll get the latest on Hurricane Helene. Okay, so other things to discuss. Bubba, you and I are going to get an opportunity today, and we're going to actually get a chance to do a podcast today. We've all been trying to say this guy's name, but here's what you're going to love. I'll give you one attribute in the guy's bio, and that'll be all you need to know. Ronald Reagan's favorite speechwriter.
Oh, buddy.
Okay, so it is Ken Kachigian. Say it again?
Mm-hmm. Hit me again.
Kachigian. Ken Kachigian. Look for, if nothing else, listen to the podcast to hear us struggle. I'm just going to start calling him Ken as soon as I can, and he'll never hear his last name again. The rest of that podcast,
Right.
You know.
Right.
So Ken,
Ken, how do we say
when you were writing speeches for Ronald Reagan? Anyway, he has a book coming out called "Behind Closed Doors: In the Room with Reagan and Nixon." He was a speechwriter for both and an advisor to both of these giants in our political history, and we'll go behind the scenes as they navigate crisis and how they confront their opponents and stake their legacies in American history. So Ken is our guest coming up this weekend. Catch that. Bubba, let's go to our awkward story today. Let's face it. I don't know how how it works in Japan, since this is in Japan. But I want to think that most of us, if you're not a tyrannical government, which they're not anymore, you really don't like when you accidentally put people in jail and ruin their life and they weren't guilty.
Right.
I think try to avoid that. Right?
I think we all want to avoid that, but Japan is going to, unfortunately, have a record today. The world's longest serving death row inmate. Wow. They didn't actually rush to it, thankfully. 88 years old, has now been acquitted 56 years after he was sentenced to be hanged for murder in Japan.
Oh, boy.
He has been waiting to be hanged for 56 years.
I wonder why they waited so long.
I don't know. And now they have acquitted him. They realize they've ruled that he was not guilty.
Golly.
He was
tough.
He was a former boxer. And his health is delicate, as you can imagine. Couldn't even come to court. But his 91-year-old sister was there, and so they that's not good. You don't want to be accused of killing your boss,
his wife, and their two teenage daughters.
You know,
it also says, Rick, he was freed actually in 2014 pending retrial.
Right.
So
46 years on death row.
It was overturned now.
Yeah, 46 years on death row. They said you do get a new trial. I guess it took 10 years to get the trial, and now the trial has deemed him not guilty. So that's an awkward moment. You know, what do you do? Do you go, hey man, that's our bad?
Yeah. Hey, sorry.
Sorry about that. You got to admit though, I mean, you look pretty guilty. Okay, come on.
Yeah,
I mean, if you were in our shoes, you'd want to hang you too.
We made it right. 56 years.
We're
later.
making it right. Now we robbed you of 46 years of your life, and then made you wait another 10, thinking you might go back.
Yeah.
Okay, so hey, that's our bad.
Our bad.
We don't know what we can do. I will tell you this: we do have some coupons. Where you can get discounts.
I'll tell you this: somebody's lost face over this.
Oh,
they've lost that face big time.
Mm-hmm. That is, I don't know how you ever make good on that one. And I don't know how it works there, but you got a pretty angry family, I bet.
Yeah.
Because they sure would have liked to have maybe spent some holidays with him for 46 years.
Yeah, that's a lot of holidays.
And walk around with the shame of hey, our relative, my daddy's accused of being just a awful murderer, killing multiple people.
He's going to be hung.
Right. So I don't know what apology finally works on that one.
Yeah,
that's a toughie there. I know that God tells us to forgive, and we got to work through that.
Sure.
Apparently this was His plan because it didn't surprise Him. But you really have to search deep on God. Why am I in here? Why
did 56 years?
Why did I stay so long?
Well,
in here?
you kind of hope that he didn't squander it.
That's right.
That's right. So hopefully he made it count.
My goodness.
But there you go. But if you think about it from a biblical standpoint, I don't know his faith. You being jailed when you were kind of innocent, you're in some pretty good company of biblical heroes.
Sure.
But I don't know. I don't know what the situation was there. But I do think it would be awkward for the government to try to make good on that one.
Yeah,
yeah, you got to admit that was circumstantial. It was, I granted, but you look pretty doggone guilty.
Yeah,
so, we always do.
We are
sorry.
We are sorry, but hey, I mean, you can't really blame us.
You heard the testimony,
right?
We heard. Granted, somebody was lying,
right?
Yeah.
Apparently, people were lying about you. How
we
we
actually
know that?
didn't do it.
How did we know that? But now, then you think about the person that did this murder got away with it.
Yeah,
That's
I promise you, he's probably gone on in.
Yep.
You're right.
We always ask the question, how much to do this or how much to do that? What will be your talent fee? No amount of money for this one.
Nope.
No.
Because we've said that before.
How many years could you know?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I don't know. It depends on who we elect.
How much is
it may
actually
be, 3 hots and a cot. May be an upgrade.
Well, Bubba, bad news though. If the government's broke, I guess they're going to run out of money to feed you in there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to jail for that long for no amount of money. Wouldn't go to a Diddy party for no amount of money. There's just some things you wouldn't do.
Have y'all seen all the songs that apparently was written by him? Now that they're playing and looking at the words a little closer.
No! You talking about he was telling us things that we didn't know?
Look at Justin Bieber's song.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Read what he says.
Well, I saw
read the lyrics.
I saw a picture of P. Diddy and young Justin, and it's, as you said, now when you hear the accusations, even the picture looks different. How he's got him all hugged up, and I mean,
Cat Williams called this. He tried to warn everybody this was coming.
Yeah. Don't go back and watch.
As crazy as Cat sounds, he really did. He not? He nailed it.
Yeah. He's like, it's all coming. It's all coming down for P. Diddy, and he named some others. Don't go back and watch the Big Papa video either.
No.
Is it true, Adler? Because you follow this.
You don't have to worry about that one.
Did about 6 or 8 guys that are in charge of labels in the music business that does that genre of music all step down the day he got indicted?
I believe there were quite a few that stepped down.
And there's a lot that are nervous.
What I'm referencing is the Big Papa video here. That is the lead female. What we all thought was a lead female.
Right there in the picture.
Right there in the picture. That is a man.
I like it when you call me Big Papa.
No, okay.
Wave your hands in there.
You wonder.
Like you just don't care.
You wonder if he was still alive. I bet Biggie's mad about that if that would have come out.
Right.
But did he know?
But did he know?
Probably.
Shamika from Queens. Like, they know who that is. That's legit. I can't believe that.
Let's be careful. Biggie's not here to speak for himself.
Yep.
So there you go.
True.
Puff Daddy always weirded me out.
Are we back to Puff Daddy now?
Or P. Diddy. Sorry, when I was a kid, it was Puff Daddy.
Yeah, he changed it. And then it was just Diddy.
He always weirded me out. He was always so annoying. He was always hanging all over the rappers in the background of all the music videos. And just like, even as a kid, I got the weirdest vibes from that guy.
Did you see? I didn't believe it. I know this may shock y'all. I didn't follow the life and times of P. Diddy.
He was huge when I was a kid.
Yeah. I remember him being around.
Star maker.
But I never found myself going, I must know more about P. Diddy. Looking back now, I guess maybe I wasn't alone.
Now, when it was Puff Daddy, you did. But then when it became Diddy, you weren't interested.
Wasn't he one of the many people that dated, what's her name?
Lopez.
J-Lo?
Yes.
Oh, big shooting controversy.
Oh, that's right.
He should just go by Epstein now, really.
Oh, okay. Top of the hour. Spans next.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so you've heard us talk. It's amazing how many times when we start telling you about some of our partnerships and clients, how it ties into what we just talked about on the show. But Covenant Eyes, they have been part of the show for a while now because let's face it, there is an issue out there, and one of the things, not just dealing with the porn industry when it comes to all the different streaming services now. Just if you're a person of faith, how do I navigate this technology and redeem it for good? And so Covenant Eyes realizes that, and they've put together even a new resource. We already know about their software, and if you are not using it and you're having an issue in your marriage or in your home or in your life dealing with porn, they can really help you by going to covenanteyes.com. But they now have broadened this a little bit, just talking about how we navigate technology as people of faith, and that's the Covenant Eyes podcast, dedicated to helping us look at the positive and the negative sides of the world we live in now with all this high tech. They'll have tech experts on the podcast, Christian thought leaders, pastors, therapists. This will be a deep dive into the topic and the effects of tech on children. The obvious one, we know the damage that pornography is causing, ethical questions around technology like AI. So if you'd like a little help navigating this in the proper way, look for their podcast wherever you get podcasts. Just look for Covenant Eyes. If you're looking for their software, we'll still get you a month for free, 30 days free with the promo code Rick at checkout at covenanteyes.com.
I know it. Why does it keep popping like that?
Hey, Jimmy,
what's up?
Hey! You guys know
Yeah.
overdo a comedy bit. That's right, Jimmy.
You just don't know.
You know how to bet. You know, I got 3 words for you. Let it go.
Okay, all right, we will.
That's what I'm saying. There was no surprise. I listened on the way in. I'm going, man, these
We
guys
figured you was on NPR.
It's unbelievable. You guys are unbelievable. And I also thought to myself, this will be the one time that you don't call Gallo in because he's over there. That's what I was thinking on the way here. I'm going, man, they'll finally drop that bit. And especially now at wartime, you know, you got to be somber and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Gallo, it's really, you know, we're sending 100,000 people over there. And now I got to do comedy.
And you know us, so, I mean, if he's here, he's here.
Oh, man.
Last time he was on the bombing range, but he's back.
He's back, buddy.
He survived Puerto Rico.
That's right.
That's right.
Now, I was a little concerned when he was sending troops to the Middle East, but he did not remember how to get to this building that's in the same city. That was a little bit of concern.
That bothered us just a little.
That's your concern? I went to college with the guy. I got some concerns. How about we got another guy, by the way, that, I don't know if you've talked about this on the radio, but we have another fraternity brother who's a colonel. You know, Stevens is a colonel.
Oh, yeah.
Now tell me when he's, you know, going down on a bong in college, you're going, this guy's going to be a colonel.
Well, you know, at least, you know, when you get...
Well, you know, there's actually...
I'm thinking about leading some troops.
You know, the thing about it is really the more I hear about your fraternity brothers, the more I realize they should have been the comedian.
You know, we actually
I should be. I think that's what we need to do. Less bombs and more laughs. That's what I'm thinking. I think we should send them. Those people need some laughs in Iraq, don't you think? We should send them like some funny TV, like a la McBeal or some crap like that. Or, you know, Hussein Fell would be a big hit.
Well, you know, Frank, we actually had 3.
What's that?
You know, remember General Scott Besnich?
I was about to get there. I was about, all right, kind of. By the way, this fraternity. Look at me. I'm a comedian.
You know what? Next time we see Shoemaker, he's going to be in charge of a missile silo in North Dakota. He's going to have the keys.
Well, you know, we said that before.
I got to be serious. I mean, not serious, but I mean, really. When I am in this fraternity, I am not thinking to myself that 20 years later that this is who's going to be leading our troops.
Well, no, we've all had. Now yours is a little more extreme, but I'll never forget the first time, like, you know, the guy who played drums in this rock band I was with, you know, earrings and the bleached blonde hair. The first time, you know, I'm rolling through town, and all of a sudden I'm sitting there, and a police car gets up, and he gets out, you know, with the police haircut just out of the police account. I'm going, yeah, how are you going to arrest anybody? You know what I mean? I was just...
That's exactly right, because you look at him. We have a guy in my high school, as a matter of fact, who's a cop now, and he pulled me over. And I'm going, Pitt? that was, you know, was my pit. I go, Pitt, you're gonna. I go, leave or I will beat you, just like I did in 5th grade. I will beat you right now. And he's got the stick out and everything. I go, who are you kidding? I will take you down.
Right.
I don't care.
I usually fear the police, but I know you.
It's exactly. But you got to remember, there's a lot of those guys that we didn't go to high school with, and that's who we're fearing.
Well, yeah.
And we have another guy, you know, Holsopple. He was interviewing
during our fraternity days, he interviewed to be an FBI agent, right? Yeah. And they go way back. They go to your barber, and they go. So.
As the hour, Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here today as we start a brand new hour. Put your hands together and welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. Howdy, Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here. And hey, how about that hurricane?
How about that hurricane? James Spann.
He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the main weatherman. He's the mighty James Spann. Here's another hurricane.
Helene is her name. Helene is mean.
She's mean as 4 cats, Rick.
Hey, James Spann, welcome back. How are you?
I'm blessed, gentlemen. How are you fine fellas doing?
Well, you know what? We're doing great. As you look out there, people are anticipating Helene, as you always have warned over the last few days, clickbait everywhere. It is a serious situation. Can you bring some clarity?
Yes. So let's first off, let's talk about where we are now. And again, we're live here September 26th at 7:07 a.m. The thing really hasn't strengthened that much overnight. The maximum sustained winds are about 90 miles per hour or near 100. In fact, the new advisory just came out. They've got the winds at 100 miles per hour. The center, it's about 320 miles southwest of Tampa. And it should get its act together today, and this thing should no doubt be a major hurricane by the time of landfall this evening. Category 3, Category 4. And as you look at all of these maps, you got to remember the big impact in terms of wind, storm surge, flooding, isolated tornadoes along and east of that center line.
That's the beast.
The really big. Yeah, east is the beast, west is the best. You guys know that.
Oh, yeah.
And so we got the big impact over Georgia, of course, obviously North Florida, and again, mainly east of Tallahassee, east of Indian Pass. And I want to stress that the places like Pensacola, Navarre, Destin, 30A, even Panama City, they're on that good side. Panama City, sure, it's going to be windy and wet today, but in terms of storm surge, no, there's no storm surge problem there. That's, again, basically from Indian Pass, Cape San Blas east, down around the Big Bend. And let me just tell you what, fellas, it's going to be rough. And again, this is a fairly sparsely populated part of the Florida coast, but still, there's a lot of people that are there. There's property there. The storm surge from Carabel down to the Suwannee River could be 15 to 20 feet. A 15 to 20-foot storm surge, that's catastrophic. There's nothing good about that. Imagine 20-foot water coming in.
No, I don't want to.
No. Wow. It's a bad, bad situation. So, and obviously they've evacuated and they're ready for this. And even down in Tampa Bay, they're on the dirty side of this thing. They're going to see a storm surge of 5 to 8 feet. And there could be isolated tornadoes over the Florida peninsula today. Not the panhandle, but the peninsula. And again, once this thing gets inland, it's going to be pretty windy. The wind fields will extend up through Georgia, South Carolina, the Great Smoky Mountains, the Southern Appalachians, and I'm afraid we're going to see widespread power outages. An analog to this would be Hurricane Ivan in 2004. Now, this is in a different location. This is much, much farther east than Ivan. But again, Georgia, the Carolinas, Southern Appalachians, there could be widespread power outages. And some people with Ivan had no power for 2 or 3 weeks. And so just be ready for that if you're in Georgia or South Carolina. And in terms of the flooding potential, the heaviest rain, again, will be in Georgia, maybe extreme East Alabama, and up into parts of Tennessee. And again, up in the mountains, we could see some folks up there getting over 5 inches of rain with flooding potential here. So this is a very formidable system that's going to create a lot of problems. And again, the main concern, it's going to be obviously Florida, especially from Tallahassee and Indian Pass east. And then up through Georgia, parts of South and North Carolina, and the mountains, the Great Smokies. It's going to be a windy, rough ride for Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, Highlands, North Carolina tomorrow. And then the system weakens and finally dissipates. But one of the cool things, I got to show you this, guys. We're going to have a classic case of Fujiwara. Everybody say Fujiwara.
Fujiwara.
Yes. So look at this. So for those that can watch,
Fujiwara.
Fujiwara.
Good.
I'll have the Fujiwara, and I'll have steam rice.
Side order of rice.
Yeah. So what's going to happen? Helene is literally going to be rotating around this other upper low that's over Memphis. and they're doing the hokey pokey here. They're basically dancing with each other. And what that upper low is going to do, it's going to pull the remnants of Helene back off to the west by the time it dissipates, and that upper low absorbs that thing. And you don't typically see the Fujiwara effect across the southeast United States. Typically, you see that out in the deep tropics, but I thought that was pretty interesting. But the thing will dissipate by tomorrow night. And the good news for places like Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, the Gulf Coast, weekend's going to be beautiful, which means good weather for the college football games. Initially, there was some concern that, about a week ago, that we might have a hurricane intermingling with the Auburn-Oklahoma game and the Alabama-Georgia game, but that's not going to be the case. Weather looks fine. We don't expect rain for those games. Everything looks A-OK.
Actually, looks like it'll be the most comfortable day of watching football all season.
Yeah.
James, tell me the line where we're predicting this to go in. It appears to be slipping to the east, right? I mean, earlier in the week, like you were talking about, it looked like it was in extreme eastern Alabama. Then on the line now, it's over in western Georgia. It's slipping to the east, right?
Right. The Hurricane Center nudged it a little eastward on the early morning package, and I think that's the right thing to do. The models are in really, really good agreement here. The confidence in the track is quite high, and so I think that eastward adjustment is good. And technically, the hurricane warning does extend over to Mexico Beach, and of course, they were pummeled by Hurricane Michael. But based on everything we're seeing, I think Mexico Beach is going to be okay. Mexico Beach is a little east of Panama City Beach. And again, the concern, and understand, Mexico Beach will see a lot of wind, a lot of rain. There is no doubt about that. But I'm talking storm surge, where this wall of water comes inland.
Damage.
That's where the big damage happens. And the greatest concern for that is going to be east of Indian Pass. And there's a chance Cape Sandblast, Indian Pass, Port St. Joe, they could very well be on the good side of this thing. And again, windy and wet, absolutely. But the big concern, it will be really from St. George Island east. Over to Carabel, Cedar Key, where we could see that 15 to 20-foot storm surge, and that will produce some catastrophic damage, and especially if this thing comes in as a Category 4 hurricane this evening. But at least it's moving pretty quickly, and the weather will improve on the Gulf Coast tomorrow. And the other good thing about it, fellas, I have seen images of thousands of utility workers staging, getting ready to go in and get the lights back on. And these people are just absolute heroes, and they're ready to go in, and they will work as hard as they can to get it back on.
Span, a lot of SPFs coming in on the text line, too. You've covered some of them. If they had just waited a little bit longer, you got to the games and all that. But, the good and bad about it moving fast is the good is everything moves quickly and it's gone. The bad is everything's moving quickly, so the winds are still at tropical storm level when it comes, far inland. And you think about somewhere the places highly populated like Atlanta. I know it won't. It's still going to move quickly, but talk about. I was actually supposed to go to Atlanta tomorrow, but now my son and I, who lives there, are saying let's just wait and see if he has power and whatever. Is that situation? Is that just going to be wind, flooding? Where will a place like Atlanta sit on this?
Yes, so clearly that's the biggest city that will have direct impact from this thing is Atlanta. And if the core of this thing happens to come over Atlanta, you could see winds gusting to 60, 65 miles per hour. Yeah. And that's going to produce a lot of power outages. And obviously the rains will be tremendous. They could see some flooding problems. The best case scenario for Atlanta is the core stays east of there. And quite frankly, we're seeing that in some modeling. Yeah. We sure can't guarantee that, but some of the better high-resolution models put the highest wind field east of Atlanta over toward the Athens and Augusta and into South Carolina. And we hope that's the case. One way or the other, it's going to be very windy and very wet for Atlanta tonight into early tomorrow morning. And I would not want to try to fly in or out of the big airport.
Well, I thought about that. When you think about Atlanta, when Atlanta's affected, it affects everybody because of
busiest airport in the world.
It's the busiest airport in our whole country, and so. But you say the good news. It was weird because when I was talking to my son, he said, "Well, Dad, here's the good news." Mm-hmm. He goes, "If you just want to wait and come over Saturday, if I still have power, it's going to be gone." But it's just how bad it is while it's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even tomorrow afternoon in Atlanta is going to be beautiful. They'll get into dry air, and the sky clears tomorrow after this thing. It's going to be tonight and really early tomorrow morning. But, yeah, the air travel is going to be boogered up. I'm just saying, be ready for
The other
bad things to happen.
Yeah, people are saying they're going to the Carolina games this weekend, and they're saying, is it going to affect our travel? It certainly could, couldn't it?
Well, the weather's going to be fine.
It's just traveling
Saturday in the Carolinas, but the problem is, what if you've got 1 million people with no power?
Right. Exactly.
And that loss, the large scale power outages could really impact a lot of things here. So while the weather is going to be okay in the Carolinas this weekend, the power outages could be a very significant factor. And again, people are always asking for travel advice, and I don't like to give travel advice because different people have a different risk tolerance level.
Correct.
For some people, driving in light rain, they think that's dangerous.
That's correct.
Other people can drive in a downpour and it's no big deal. But having said that, obviously it's going to be very windy and very wet through Florida. And again, this is mainly east of Tallahassee, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, eastern Tennessee, beginning later today, tonight, and early tomorrow morning. So if you don't like to drive in wind and rain, you might want to stay away while this stuff's going on.
Cape San Blas people text you now. They said one time you thought they were in trouble, Indian Pass, Cape San Blas. You're now saying they might get on the good side of it. They want you to clarify that.
It's a really close call, and I think the right thing to do is to prepare for the worst case scenario. But in everything we are seeing right now, Cape San Blas, Indian Pass, Port St. Joe, on the good west side of the system with an offshore flow, a north flow. So, yeah, windy and wet, but a pretty good chance they'll get away without any storm surge problems. I think the biggest problem with the storm surge begins around St. George Island and then extends east over to Carabel, Cedar Key, and down to Tampa.
Thank you, James. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you very much. And
have a blessed day.
All right, you too, buddy. Also, I see some of you asking about Panama City and Destin for next week.
Yeah, you're going to be fine.
No problem. Span said you're not even going to have a problem really this weekend, much at all, except maybe some rain. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Feeling secure.
And it's like pledge week, and the pledges answer the door. You know. What do you want?
This was his big interview.
I am not exaggerating. The pledges answer the door, and they come knocking on his door, and they are all bonging it up, and they go, Mr. Holsopple, sir, because they're pledging. There's some FBI guys downstairs. He's going, what, man? You're freaking me out, man.
And it really was.
Oh, it really was.
I take it he did not make it.
No, he did. They accepted him in.
He's
I don't know if you knew this, but the very last day they caught him doing one of the other women that were trying to get into the FBI. So he didn't get in.
About right.
Yeah, he's doing insurance now, as he should be.
So he can go into people's homes for no apparent reason.
It is weird though when you see people grow up and see what they turn out to be.
Except for us.
Except for us. We're doing exactly what we should be doing.
How about this?
We are qualified to do this. Now, this we are qualified for.
I am yet to meet one human being from my childhood or that I went to school with that goes, I'm really shocked at what you ended up doing for a living. They all just kind of go, yeah.
I'm with you, man. In high school, I was 5'1", 92 pounds, too, and a budding comedian. I was a wedgie waiting to happen. I used to walk around backwards. Get it over with. I had to pull my underwear up my crack. I love it up there. They used to pull it up every day. I invented the thong. You can thank me when you're with your wife and she's got the thong on. You can thank me. I invented that. They put me up. They used to hang me from lockers.
You could even one hand.
So you just went ahead and beat them to the punch, no pun intended, and just fixed it.
I just fixed it. I just go ahead. That's it. I mean, that's exactly right.
Get it over with.
I was a nightmare, and then I became larger, as you can see. I'm 6'2" now. Then I joined the fraternity. Then I beat Gallo.
So were you one of these people that got...
He said he can outrun you, though. He's going for PT test.
Seriously?
You know what I'd like to see? You know what I'd like to see? I want to see a race in the parking lot.
No, I cannot wait.
50-yard dash right now.
Not right now.
I knew he's trying to...
It'll just be a warm-up.
Tell that to your enemy.
It'll just be a warm-up. You can do it.
Sprint.
Do it for the country.
Can you believe he just did that? This is protecting our country. Can you imagine Rashid is coming at him? He goes, not now, Rashid. I'm not ready.
Mark, you can beat him. It'll be a warm-up.
That might match you up. Your job depends on it.
It's just a warm-up. You can beat him.
It's a warm-up. Come on, it's a warm-up.
He'll
get that. I
He smokes. He can't outrun you.
A comedian who's up till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Look, we're having our PT test. I'll take it.
I'm sitting home watching.
believe that?
I'm flipping through cable the other night.
What was I on?
It's the biography of Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh, that's right.
And all of a sudden I go, oh no, here's Huey. That's not Huey. No, it's not Shoemaker. And I'm going, what's he gonna say? Well, you know, Rosie, she's very, you know.
What did I say?
You were trying.
I didn't see it.
It was something. It wasn't anything too embarrassing. I think you were trying to say something about her magazine when she had fired everybody or something. And
I don't know. I don't know what the hell I said. All I know is I made it all good.
when I looked, but you know how it is.
We go back to when we were kids. We were kids together too.
Well, see, I forget.
Now
though.
her I would have predicted for fame.
Yeah, see,
Gala I would not have predicted.
But you know how you forget.
Are you a colonel now?
No, still lieutenant colonel. Got about a year yet.
Oh, that's still colonel, isn't it?
Yeah, we're still called colonel.
But you believe Stevens is a colonel? He's like a big colonel. He's he's doing choppers. This is a guy I'm telling. We called him Wiener. Yeah. I mean, we called him. Can you imagine? Yes, sir.
Wiener.
Sir, yes, sir, Wiener.
But you know,
heard you're called Wiener in college, sir.
But what you're going through with this? See, I lose all sight because we've had some camaraderie. I foolishly think that you and I are like big buddies, like I've known you all my life. Because we've hit it off, you know. I lose sight. You're a real entertainer. You've actually been you're very successful.
We're just another radio show.
To me, I'm watching a biography and like some guy from high school's on it. hey, it's Huey. You're like that. I forget that you really should be on it. You know what I mean? I'm going. I know this guy. You're like that.
Well, you were there for one of my most famous times in history on Broadway.
And to me, that's one of the weirdest. What are the odds of things that have ever happened? It really is.
See, that did weird me out. We'll talk about that.
Extreme.
We'll talk about that coming up here. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show.
10-4.
Stay tuned. Craig will be at the Stardome all weekend, and in Zanies in Nashville the first week of May.
I didn't know that. We do a double hit today.
Yeah, we do a double hit.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, why don't you open for me there?
Okay, good.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 23 minutes past the hour. So Span gave you the latest update. Models look pretty strong with slight variations, but you kind of get an idea of the situation wherever you are. All right, so when we talk about power outages, because you know you're going to have that with this kind of storm, and we don't know how massive it'll be inland, but there on the coast it'll be substantial. But again, also, you're thinking about some of these places aren't highly populated. Thankful for that. But Greg, I know when you worked for the power company, you've worked hurricanes. You've done this exact thing.
Oh yeah.
You know, the hey, pack your clothes, this kind of stuff. One of the things I was thinking about when I heard you and Speedy talking about it on the kickoff hour is I've always wondered this. So hey, all hands on deck. Here we go. We're all going away. We're going to the storm from all over the country, various groups. But then there's still little annoying things that are happening everywhere involving people's power and things like that. Who are the people that usually get picked to stay?
There's always because you got them all.
You got. I know, but how does that work? Yeah, how does that work?
The way we did it, you could either go what crew had the lowest overtime at that point, they go, or they just had a rotation. This storm, this crew goes. The next storm, this crew goes. You know, they never send everybody from Anderson.
Would they volunteer? Would they go? Anybody?
If somebody said, "I don't want to go,"
oh really?
And you could find they would say, "Well, somebody want to take his place." They would. Right. But most of the time, I did that one time, and it was on Christmas.
So
I told them, I said we were going to be gone Christmas Day. It was a high storm. I said, if nobody wants to, they've picked our crew to go. If somebody wants to go in my spot, I'll get my spot out. My kids were little. You know,
oh yeah, you don't want to be on Christmas.
And somebody said, "Yeah, I'll go, no problem." So
yeah,
but if nobody would have wanted to go, I would.
Well, they were probably in a different situation than you, and they're like, "I'd rather have the overtime."
Yeah,
it's not a big deal.
Yeah, you're getting good money to do it. So some of the people you run into, without using any language, it would be inappropriate for the show. What was some of the funniest things that you were told?
First, one of the funniest, and my buddies loved it, is people assume that they don't understand how it works. You know, we in this particular case, we had driven all the way to Lake Charles, Louisiana. Never even been there. Yeah, there's stuff torn down everywhere, and you can see it, but you can't just go in there and start working. There's a system.
There's a protocol
a procedure,
how you do this.
Safety procedures. Anyway, So we're sitting there waiting, not doing nothing. And this lady, I don't know why she picked me.
Oh, good.
She cussed me, said we didn't bring our A down there to sit in the parking lot when this power was out, and just eat me up, you know. And then we had to cut a tree down, and this lady, bless, she wasn't right. I can't say what she called us, tree butchering blanks.
Illegitimate children?
Yes.
Didn't she call y'all tree butchering illegitimate children?
Yes, that's basically it.
Right,
yeah,
right.
And of course we loved it. And then
we loved it. Don't miss that part.
One of her neighbors asked,
don't miss that part.
you know, everybody's always asking, hey, man, how long y'all think it's going to be? And we actually blamed it on her while we can't get her to let us cut this tree. He said, I'll go handle that. She's crazy.
So then you started a whole neighborhood arguing.
Yeah. But
you started
we
a
did
neighborhood
that
war.
just for fun.
Yeah.
Have you ever had anybody like tie themselves to a tree or anything like that?
No, that was only in.
We've had that.
I will say this: 98% of the people were super nice. They bring you food. They, of course,
they do try to bribe you, don't they?
Yes, but they were super nice because they could look around and go, "I realize y'all can't do this in a day."
Right.
You know, everything's laying on the ground.
But you were talking about back to the one we didn't pay y'all to come.
Most were always.
We didn't pay y'all to come down here and sit on your donkey.
Yeah.
But you're saying also what a lot of people don't understand. Say you're from Alabama and you're working in Louisiana. We ain't never been there.
Yeah.
And so you have to get there and go, we're waiting.
You have to have the local group to tell you what to rebuild.
You got to look
right?
at switching maps. You got to look at clearance points. There's things you have. You can't just go in there and start putting wire up.
Right. Yeah.
You know, there's a pole. Let's go set it. You know, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
But like I say, majority of the people are super nice.
So how much of this could be avoided if it was all underground?
Here it goes. And we're off
it's above
and
my
running.
pay grade,
Bubba loves the underground.
Yeah. You don't see your power bill go up?
Will it go up?
Well, there's a lot of underground neighborhoods and stuff. It's just it's fed from overhead.
You're saying it's got to be
there's-
fed from somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Have they ever put the what we all call high tension or high voltage lines underground? They ever do that?
You talking about transmission line?
Yeah, what y'all would call a
There's
transmission
some,
line.
I think around Atlanta Airport and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then it goes to the substation and it steps down and then that feeds a smaller area. Yeah.
Greg, when it comes to a power pole, how much lean is too lean? Because there's one on my way here that I'm like, somebody should probably do something about
straighten
that.
thing up.
Yes.
You didn't even. It don't need to be leaning.
But like, what's the tolerance on that?
Oh, I don't know. Just look at it.
Should it be leaning at all?
You get a plumb bob, and if you're setting something new, and you're going to pull wire from it, you're going to give it a little rake in it.
Right.
So straighten
Is
up.
that what you call rake?
Yeah, a little rake. You got to
put a little rake in it. Do you remember? I still love the one in your early
because
days.
it'll settle and it'll straighten up.
I still love in your early days when you were on the tree crew and you cut yourself out of a tree that time.
Yeah, well, that happens.
That happens.
No, it don't really happen.
Was that one of those when you hit?
I thought I was closer to the ground than I was.
Oh no!
What about when you hit?
You know, there's a lot.
I wonder how bad this is.
There's a lot of reels dealing with tree problems.
I hit the head with one time, rung my bell. Didn't know where I was at.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. You asked why are the Chicago Bears in my living room?
Exactly. It was that same type of thing. All of a sudden, I'm standing in the middle of the road looking around.
I saw one reel. This guy is he's obviously not a pro, and he's trying to cut a pretty big tree in his yard. And as it starts to fall, you hear him yell, "Oh no!"
Oh, you're talking about when it falls right in the front, in the middle of the house?
Oh yeah, it goes
I saw
right
that.
through it. Just cuts through it like you cut through a loaf of bread.
Yes.
I went on a call one time, and the guy again thought he was a tree cutter, and he cut too deep into the tree, and it fell the other way.
Yes,
and it just centered the trailer, and just smashed it.
Oh my goodness! Phone calls are next.
Dangerous work.
Let's talk to America. What's on your mind? A lot out there. A lot of chatter. We want to hear from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll come back and we'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jim the Crazy Sign Man. There he is. Hey, Jim, good morning, buddy. Looking good and crazy as ever.
How'd he get in?
Well, he's the Crazy Sign Man. Jim walks right in.
Should he be out in the parking lot like normal?
Once again, looking a little too much like Ted Kaczynski. But there he is, Jim the Crazy Sign Man. Craig Shoemaker is our guest. Shuey is all over the Rick and Bubba audience. You're going to be in Nashville coming up in May. You've just come from Atlanta. You'll be going back to Atlanta in the fall. You're in Birmingham this weekend at the Star Dome. And tonight, you're there.
I'm covering the South, baby.
Hey, you know,
even though I'm from Philadelphia.
I know, and we love you in the South. We don't understand you, but we love you.
You seriously don't understand me?
No, we do. You don't come across.
Well, when I say tournament, you stare at me.
That bothers us a little.
Yeah, a little bit.
How do you say it?
Right.
Tournament.
Tournament. Springsteen doesn't go on tour. He goes on tour.
When he comes to Birmingham, he's on tour.
Come on, dudes, we're going on tour. 1, 2, 3, fur.
Yeah, well, I mean, how do you say fire?
I say fire, just like you.
Far.
Oh, no. You don't. You really say it like far?
There's a far over there. You're going to learn, son.
I was golfing with this guy, and I lost my little pen. So he goes, that's all right, I got a pen in my bag. Right? Now, it sounds normal to you. I go, a pen? What are you going to do, scratch our scores and fill in the ink later? He goes, no, man, I got an ink pen. You mean a pen?
But you don't come in.
He laughed, too. And he tries to imitate me. He goes, no, man. It's not a pen.
A pen.
It's a pen.
That's right.
I said, how do you say the woman's name? P-E-G. What do you call her? Pig? He goes, that depends what you look like. That's a true story.
But you know, speaking of
He's
that,
one of your own.
We really think that that was, you know, we've come up with some great ideas on how to wrap up this war thing pretty quick, and one of them involves pigs.
Involves what?
Pigs. If you've got people that are afraid of pigs.
Yeah.
And pork is like
sending the pigs.
Well, look. The terrorists have taken advantage of our freedom here, so I say we take advantage of their fear over there.
Yeah, take advantage of the fear of pigs.
Before we invade Baghdad, we surround it.
We're led by pigs.
We parachute in pigs and holler suey and let them go.
You know what I say? Send the people we don't want and send them to the front lines. Michael Jackson, front line. Immediately calls himself the king of pop. He's the queen of denial. Have you seen this guy? He is now a white woman. He's like the reverse Pinocchio. He loses his nose when he lies. If he keeps talking, I'll have 2 holes.
I love the children.
Have you noticed, dude?
Are you kidding me? Send him in there. Go do your little moonwalk, all right? Okay, we don't want you anymore. That's what I say. I say send this guy's over here. That's cold.
No.
Are you kidding me? Are you saying that because you're a black man? Is that why you're saying it? It's cold?
Well, why would that bother?
Don't support him. He's no longer one of you. He's left long ago. He says he has a skin condition. Who are you kidding? All right, okay. Now why are you saying that's cold? I'm just curious.
Well, because it's cold and true at the same time. You know?
I
stopped playing Michael Jackson a long time ago.
That's what comedy is. It's just true.
Well, the thing when this Human Shield bunch started, we did a whole show. Who should we send to be the Human Shield? Michael.
We had a long
votes.
list of
Michael
people.
got a lot of votes. I mean, the Human Shield people, they're over there going, "We're here to protect schools. Why are y'all moving us over by these silos?
Yeah. Why are these tanks here behind us? What is that?
What are y'all doing?" They
said what I signed up for.
See, dictators, they don't take a vote on what you want to do. They come in and go, "Yeah, we don't like where you are. Get over there by the tanks."
Or hit the road,
That's right. If you're a real Human Shield, get in front of something they're going to bomb.
Somehow I think that bringing my Hollywood elite views are not going to work on this show. Somehow I
just...
the
Human Shield!
You know, I don't know.
Well, we had a scouting report on you, Craig.
I haven't heard you talk too much about it, but I just get a feeling anybody named Bubba ain't going, you know.
You know, Craig, we tried to break away from this country once. We're pretty big on a fight, you know?
Yeah, let's face it. We almost left this country over war.
I on a serious note, I got a call last night, and I'm very upset. Tell me how to handle this, right?
Okay, all right, shoot.
My kid is getting picked on at school. He's 4 years old.
Already at 4?
Can you believe it? They're doing it that young now?
I've got a 4-year-old.
Why's he being picked on?
Yeah, well, that happened to me. I'm a colonel now.
What? This is from you. You know,
why's he being picked on?
You were a wedgie
He pooped his pants a couple weeks ago, right? So they're on, and you guys are going, well, that's reason to be picked on.
No.
That'd make you a hit usually.
Matter of fact, I got picked on for the very same thing. It was just a week ago.
Now here's the thing. Now what do I tell him? Because we're at war, right? And therefore we don't like what they're doing, so therefore we go to war. Now he doesn't like what they're doing, and
35 minutes past the hour. Relief Factor has been teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show for years. Your phone calls, we're about to take those. Lines are available, by the way. Greg's on the phones. Some are lined up ready to go, but there are lines available if you want to call us now. It was so cool having Dr. Jerry Mixon on the show last week. That was a great visit, an update, and him reminding us of the research that became Relief Factor. And the bottom line is, a lot of the over-the-counter stuff, there's two problems there. They're not designed to be used every day because then you can have side effects. And then the second problem is it's only masking the pain. If it's inflammation that's at the root of the problem, Relief Factor is going after the source of the pain and then gradually removing it completely, not just masking it. It's drug-free. These are 4 botanicals. That's a plus. So if you want to get yours, the Quick Start Pack option is back by popular demand. 3-week Quick Start Pack, $19.95, less than $1 a day. And you go to relieffactor.com or you can call them, 1-800, the number 4, then spell out the word relief, or just look for the link to get both at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button and put Relief Factor to work for you. We love it, and you will too, and so are so many of you out there. Spam is standing by, Bubba. If your name is Spam.
Not Span, but Spam?
Yes, ma'am. So give me Spam.
It's fuel for my brain.
He's on line 1.
Let's take his call right now.
Let's see what he has to say. Spammy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how y'all doing?
We're good, Spam. How are you, sir?
I don't know if you remember me, but that little station you be on the Coosa River.
Yeah, where we started in Gadsden.
Yes, ma'am. You had me on there a long time ago. I just want to thank y'all for all your updates and your wonderful show, and I'm glad that y'all have gone the route you have gone.
Spam, I have to know, there's no way I'll be able to sleep tonight if we don't go back to when you were on the show in the original day. What were you doing on the show? Do you recall why you were on the show?
Yes, sir. You remember Dave Pitts?
Of course, yes.
Dave Pitts. What's on news?
I won a prize.
Oh, yes.
And went to go claim it, and y'all put me on the show.
I bet we did.
Do you remember what the prize was?
I think it was a lunch at Jack's. I'm not sure.
That's a good guess. That's a really good guess.
Did you sign up at a title pawn by chance?
No.
I really don't remember.
Right. We didn't take you to Los Angeles or anything like that.
No.
Okay. All right.
Just wanted to be sure.
Want to make sure. Have you?
I was new PCO and was afraid to be on the show, but y'all drug me in.
Okay, that sounds like us.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's us.
It really does.
Yep. That's it.
Well, we had us something.
Yeah. Well,
did you? He said he knew Casio. Was that what?
Did you say you knew Casio or you were the new PCO? I couldn't remember.
Right. Yeah.
What did you just say?
New PCO.
What is that?
Police communications officer.
Oh my goodness! How about that?
Oh,
I did not know that.
Okay. Wow.
Spam. All these years later.
10-8.
Thank you for checking in.
Is that out of service?
Yeah, and I don't know what that means. Spam would know. So Spam, thank you, brother, and thank you for bringing that memory back.
All right. I love y'all.
Love you, Spam.
Back at you, Spam.
Love you, Spam.
Look at that one in there.
See you, buddy.
Y'all have a good day.
You too, buddy. And tell you, Greg, I've never seen him come out of the call screening room and make an announcement.
Mm-hmm.
If you do not take Spam's call, he was refusing to take the screen calls any longer.
Yeah, he said he was leaving.
He was leaving.
Yep.
All right, so let's hit Derek in Illinois. Derek, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Man, that is a tough call to follow.
It is. It is. You don't want to have to follow Spam.
Yeah. If you want to mix the one-hit wonder with secondhand embarrassment, have Adler bring up the clip of his name was Cupid, and he did the Cupid Shuffle. It's been years back. He re-entered the voice trying out, and he wanted to prove he was more than just a one-hit wonder, and nobody turned around for him.
Oh, so he once had a hit and then came on the show to prove he could do more, and no one agreed with him.
The hit.
He did his own song.
The hit
he did.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So the original artist did his own song, and nobody turned around for him.
No.
Yes, his name was Cupid doing the Cupid Shuffle.
That was a hit.
Did he do the Cupid? Oh, we're playing it
we
now.
have it.
Okay.
Derek. Oh, my goodness. Adler's found it. Thanks, Derek.
No.
All right, so can I play with it?
Oh, wow.
So he actually doesn't sound that bad, and nobody turned around for him. And this guy released a song that was a hit and came and sang it for them, and nobody turned around to let him continue in the contest.
Yeah, I thought he might be really bad, but he sounded okay.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know the whole song. Maybe there's some rough parts to it. I don't know.
That looks like it's the what is that? Blake Shelton, Christina Aguilera,
Old days.
CeeLo.
That's
and
the old
Adam.
days. Yeah, that's way back. That's at like first couple of seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Tom and Pell City. Tom, welcome to Rick and Bubba's ZZK. Go ahead.
Man, if I knew about the tubers coming in, I'd have definitely been there if I'd have gotten off work today.
Doggone it, Tom.
Let me ask you. I know it. Let me ask y'all something. Did y'all hear about the reporter that said Trump needed to be extinguished?
I did
She
not.
said that live on the air. Yes, sir. Check it out. You have to look it up. Get out of it and look it up. She said it live on the air.
Okay.
It's been on all the other talk shows.
All right, I'm
But
looking.
yes, sir.
I'm looking at our video list today. I don't see that on it, but Adler will.
And it's like it's even worse. It's like extinguished for good or like extinguished permanently, something like that. I'm looking for it right now.
Well, you know what? I appreciate that person's honesty. That's how they feel. At least now we know, as Ben Carson said. Let's not start any environment where people aren't allowed to speak freely, because I want to know who you really are.
Yeah,
you know.
that's right.
We go to Scott. Scott, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, Biggins. How are y'all today?
Scott, we're doing great.
Well, not as big as you were. Anyway, a couple of weeks ago, y'all were talking about listening to music on the way to the concert of that group.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, I tried to call in. I was on a business trip, and I had to end my call. But many years ago, we listened to the Rick and Bubba show on the way to the Rick and Bubba show. When we were surprising my son with a visit as he was preparing to deploy to Iraq. And on that particular day, third day, was in studio with you.
Okay.
And my family came and visited. I'll tell you guys, I think I have thanked you when I saw you at an outing one time before, but y'all made super dad out of me that day.
Wait a minute. So I want to ask you this, because we talked about how it increased the hype to listen to the band and their catalog on the way to see them live. Did this increase the hype of coming in the studio, listening to the show on the way?
Well, it increased the hype for those of us who knew where we were going.
Understood. Yeah, that was my question. Yeah.
We're listening to Rick and Bubba. I told my son the night before, I said, get up tomorrow morning at a certain time, put on something that says Air Force, and don't ask any questions. And we stopped at Chick-fil-A and got a bunch of biscuits and showed up. And as we were going up the mountain, I said, close your eyes. And we walked up. I think it was the Dewey Monroe Broadcast Center.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, do you know where you are? And he looked with this grin on his face and said, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
And listen, your staff at that time, I think Blair and Karen and Don Juan and Speedy and you two, y'all treated my family like royalty, and that's something that we will never forget. We got photos and memories, and you and your staff were such a blessing to my family that day. And as a dad, you don't know how much that means to do that. Sure. Or maybe you do. But,
yeah, we do. Anytime you're trying to make something happen for your kids, and the people that are part of that actually put effort in everything, you do appreciate it.
Yeah, you really do.
And that's great. So Scott, thanks.
We're glad you had a good time.
My son has been in now 24 years. He's a senior master sergeant in the Air Force. He's a flight nurse, and God has really blessed us. And you two have been a blessing to our family, you and your staff, and we just want you to know you've made a difference.
Thank you, Scott. That's it. Well, hey, we'll take that today.
Yeah, absolutely.
How about we're even? You just made us feel great and encouraged us. Thank you for that, Scott. We'll come back. More to go on the Rick and Bubba show. It looks like that quote was not someone on CNN. It's actually a cabinet member.
Secretary of Commerce.
Yeah.
Some people are saying Gina
Raimondo.
Not exactly.
Raimondo.
Not a reporter.
Extinguished for good.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
What he says is the opposite. It's just another lie. Like, how did we get here? Let's extinguish him for good. We have an answer. We have a remarkably talented candidate.
By the way, he said, I'm going to kill them. At 4 years old, he said, I'm going to kill them.
Well, but he doesn't mean literally.
Well, oh yes, he does. so now, what do you say to the child? Now, seriously, when I heard it, I want to go up to those kids.
Right, I want to.
Even though they're 4 years old, I want to kill them. I'm going to go. Who you say he pooped his pants? You have a speech impediment, you moron. Smack. That's exactly right. And
you can't say lamp.
Too. You keep it up.
That's right.
And the other kid can't talk. My kid can read. Come here, you little squirt. Well, I call him Smiley because he can't talk.
Well, Craig, here would be how my dad would handle it. He would go.
Because that's all he does is smile. He should be in the short bus, this kid. And he's picking on my kid? Are you kidding? See, that's what happened, though. See, I'm having a temper. Angry. Yeah, I'm angry, just like we get angry.
Craig, here's what my dad would have done. He'd say, son, you know how this can be avoided? Don't poop in your pants.
Oh, is that what your dad would do? Yeah,
there's
a solution.
Well, here's what I did.
But then, again, my wife, who is Miss California now, she would say, that's not affirming him and all this stuff. She'll read a magazine on the toilet and come back with a new lease on how we should raise him. Drives me crazy. She wants feng shui in the house.
Well,
you know what feng shui is?
Is that where they move the furniture around so it can be very Buddha-like?
No, it's an ancient Chinese word, which means put your husband's crap in the garage. That's a true story. Everything is a magazine. She reads these expensive magazines. Now I have to have an atrium like Cindy Crawford. I'm going to get it from Architectural Digest. I'm going to get her a magazine, Welfare Weekly. That I can compete with. I'm down with that.
South, Craig.
I'd love to move here.
Move your operations south.
People are good people here. That's what I dig about the South.
We're normal here.
Well, here's what I did.
Yeah, normal. No, I don't know about that. Well, come here, kid. I don't know if that's normal.
Well,
sure.
You said you wanted to do that. Let's not be judgmental. That was your first reaction.
That's my first reaction. That's exactly right. Now, what do we tell the children?
I'll tell you what I did.
You have to be an example.
Let me tell you what I did. This is exactly what I did, because I had a situation like this. I have 13, 12, 4, and 1. So I'm a little bit of a veteran. I've been through all this.
You are a veteran. All right. So, you are the colonel of child rearing.
One of my children one time, of course, it has changed, just like I told him it was. I don't know.
Or he's lazy.
If you look at me, you might know that in my genetic pool, you might have a bit of a weight problem. And I had one of my children who, at the time, that's part of their life, was a little bit chubby.
Is a boy or girl?
It was actually, I'd rather not say. Okay. Because I don't want them to be going, hey, one time I was chubby. But so this child said they're calling me chubby and fat at school.
Yeah.
Which I went through that. And my wife same thing, said, this is a big moment for you. And I said, here's what you need to do. Go back tomorrow, say, you know what, I can lose weight, but you're going to be ugly forever.
Oh! So a comeback, which would be from a comic, which you are.
So your son would say, eventually I'll stop pooping my pants, but you're going to be stuck with that nose forever.
No, I already had that in mind. That's what my response was. So talk about the kids in speech impediment. Now I have one impediment.
Now you're being punished.
No. Just don't make me say irreverent.
Irreverent. You're going to poop your pants, all for making fun of kids.
Well, things really are different now. We do really have to discuss these things. See how we have a pool of discussion going on? Our parents didn't do that. They just did.
I've got a book.
Our parents said, go get me something to beat you with.
That's right.
Like I'm going to come back with a 2x4 with a nail in it. Well, I brought her a sponge. Here you go, Ma. Well away. I'm a bad boy.
Right.
This hurts me more than hurts you. No, right. Give me the belt. Let's see.
Let's see, Mom. I've just come back with a piece of spaghetti. Wear me out. We'll be back 17 minutes to the top. Craig Shoemaker's with us at the Stardome in Birmingham this weekend.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
All right, we're back. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible Study Archive is available now. The first installment, Chapter 1 of the book of Daniel. Brand new series, so catch that wherever you get your archives, either on our podcast channel or on our YouTube channel. All right, so we do know that the president, and it is Biden, that he appeared on The View yesterday. You know, I don't even know what to say about that, but I didn't watch it.
Well, you get to hear it in their own words.
Yeah, we got a highlight today. Now, somebody said, I saw some says that he tried to run out onto the set.
Oh yeah, he did. Well, he did his jog that he always does.
Right. Yeah.
You know, the stage jog that we've talked about.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's why he wants to show you how he's fit and ready.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They're not
hairy legs.
Hey, they're not. They didn't let you run again. You can stop jogging. Okay, it's over. They're running. They're going to run you out on the rail.
He does say something in this that I think is a little unusual.
Mm-hmm.
I think Adler has it in these clips. We'll talk about it.
You want to just go in order?
Yeah,
we'll start with one. Here is, of course, the ever brilliant Sunny Hostin, who is going to elevate Joe Biden quite a bit here. Here we go.
See, but I truly believe that his legacy will be etched in the history books as Washington, as someone who put that ego aside and put his country first.
Also so decent.
That's definitely his legacy.
Good.
They ran him. Y'all ran.
Wow,
the Democrats ran him out on a rail. He didn't step down.
What?
And he's
like Washington.
George Washington.
He's gonna remember like George Washington.
You can just say you like him. You don't have to go that far. That's absurd. People think you don't have control of your faculties.
The only way you could do it would be to put a monument up to it for him and then forget where you put it.
Yeah.
Oh,
good night.
Have people going all over Washington looking for it.
Wait a minute.
They're going to put his face on the $0 bill.
That's
Sonny. Good.
How do you don't do that to yourself?
That's just that's blasphemy. What that is.
Wow.
I ain't even got a word for it.
All right, Adler, tell me what's going on here in 2.
He's basically.
Don't you worry about people like that.
Oh yeah,
Sure. Bless her heart.
He, you know how Kamala's trying to not take blame for anything that's going on? Well, Joe Biden kind of messes up that whole narrative.
All right.
And as vice president, there wasn't a single thing that I did that she couldn't do. And so I was able to delegate her responsibility on everything from foreign policy to domestic policy.
Oh, bull crap.
Wait a minute. So
this is all her fault. Then.
Okay,
we're just confirming that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you don't want to.
There's another Trump ad.
Somewhere Kamala seems no.
Whoa.
No, you ran everything. I didn't do anything.
Vice president.
I'm not responsible for this.
It's really funny the times and places they pick to take credit for what they've done or distance themselves from what they've done.
I know. Here comes Whoopi. And
the whoopster.
And she's going to compare Trump to a bug. Here we go.
Let me restart that.
Okay.
Got to have it up.
That's all right.
Then he just wouldn't go. He was like a bug. He just kept being there. He was like a bug right there. So you felt.
So Biden slaps the table like he's killing the bug.
Yeah, you're talking about like try to maybe. So Trump's a bug, and you just smash it like we should kill it.
Yeah.
Okay. You know people keep shooting at him, probably.
Yeah.
I want to ease that back a little bit. Of course,
the bounty that y'all released on his head. Yeah.
All that.
Yeah, that's not good.
So Biden is now going to talk to The View, and he's going to talk about him running again and him stepping down, and it gets.
Hopefully this is the clip I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Look, I never fully believed the assertions that somehow there was this overwhelming reluctance of my running again. I didn't sense that. And although the polling, as I said, Biden's polling was different, the fact of the matter is my polling was about, we're always within range of beating this guy.
Yeah.
And, what I did was, I think there were, it makes sense. There were some folks who would like to see me step aside so they have a chance to move on. I get that. That's just human nature. But that wasn't the reason that I stepped down.
I stepped down because I started thinking about it. You know, it's hard to think of, I know you're only 30, but it's hard to think of, it's hard for me to even say how old I am. No, I'm serious. I don't know what you're
serious.
I give my word. It's like, holy God, that can't be right.
He doesn't know how old
can't
he
be
is.
right.
I'm your age, by the way. The number gives me vertigo. Yes, it does. I am. I'm your age.
No woman close to me is as old as I am. None.
I'm telling you, sir.
Right now they are.
In this
That don't even make sense.
No.
Threw Joey under the bus a little bit.
He did.
Please look at just Joy just hugging on him. They're holding hands.
Well, good
just
for
the
them.
amount
Married up,
of-
sugar.
Go smelling that hair.
Yeah.
Again. Look at him.
Pandering.
He'll smell that hair.
He will.
Yeah. Is that the clip you were talking about?
Well, he says that it wasn't an exact clip. He says that he thought he would win if he run again.
There's another minute of that.
Yeah, that's why he's not
If I can take it.
We'll show Speedy's face the whole time.
No,
And
don't
we
do
just
that.
watch the
Don't do
clip.
that. 'Cause I'm not looking.
But if you are the sitting president and you think you can win again, why would you ever step aside? I mean,
Correct.
to me, that doesn't make sense.
They say mutually exclusive.
Mhm.
If I was sitting there and people were telling me to step down from winning the presidency again, and I thought I could win it,
Then I'd tell them to pound sand. You know,
well, I thought you were going to tell them to pan down.
Pan down. I ain't got time to pull that off. All the above.
But I'm going to pan down after it does.
Okay,
that's what I thought you
There's
did.
Spam's back.
There's one more minute in this, and I do think he says
all
something
right,
about being confident.
yeah, sure, we got time.
Mr. President, do you think had you stayed in the race, would you have won?
There it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was confident I would beat Trump.
That's
why they
the
booted
way they did it. I'm going to just say it out loud because nobody says it out loud. I didn't like the way it was done publicly. I thought they could have done this in a different way because we didn't need to hear all the inner fighting. I didn't like it. I'm saying it to you. You were my ride or die. I was going wherever you were going, that's what I
whatever.
You gave me a break.
because I always felt you were going to probably do 4 years and then try to figure out where to go with Kamala. Then he just wouldn't go. He was like a bug. He just kept
there's
leaving.
the
He was
bug.
like a
All
bug.
Yeah, but watch it, and then so anyway,
picture him 4 years from now, Whoopi. Good job.
Also, what she
Think of
said there
seriously.
didn't make any sense. She was like, I thought you were going to do 4 and then figure out where to go. None of that. even
What
makes
does that
sense.
even
That's
mean?
just, she was just blowing smoke.
Yeah. Well, it'll really.
I didn't like it.
that's pretty good whoopee.
That
by the
wasn't
way.
bad,
That
was it?
wasn't a bad whoopee right
Keep
there.
working on
Man
it.
of a thousand voices. You go ahead and start working
Now
on it too.
that Lisa's banned me from doing Tim Tebow, maybe I'll move to Whoopi.
So you have been banned official?
Oh yeah, she says I'm making fun of him. She won't allow it. So I have to practice when she's not around. So I get there watching game day.
I just want to think.
She said he's a good man, and you shouldn't.
Well,
be making
nobody
fun
said he wasn't a good man. There's a lot of good men that
I like
that
to.
you do
We
impression.
still make fun of him.
Hey, I mean, I think I'm a pretty good man.
That's right. He is.
You know, so, but yeah, it doesn't mean you are against them if you can do an
Well,
impression of
I've
them.
been banned.
Sometimes, the impression is an honor, too.
Disrespectful.
Does anybody think when everybody tries to do Jack Nicholson, that means he's not a good actor?
No, I'd say.
Top of the hour. If you're saying goodbye, don't forget the daily archives. They're available to you on our podcast channel and also our YouTube channel. Speaking of YouTube, we got a passionate group of tubers that have been here several times over the years. And today's another tuber day, and some of them are going to join us here in the golden ticket seats today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. 822. What's up, tubers? Thank y'all so much for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe and hit the thumbs up for notifications. Here's a quick interview about a charity motorcycle ride that's happening this weekend at Heart of Dixie Harley Davidson. Check it out. Thank y'all so much for watching and for listening. What's up? It's Adler, TV producer for the Rick and Bubba Show here, and you guys have heard me talk about many things on the air, some things good, some things bad. Today we're going to talk about some good things. I've mentioned the Law Tigers, how much I love the Law Tigers, watching out for motorcycle riders. They're cool lawyers. They're lawyers that ride. You've heard me talk about that as well. And last year we talked about the Reagan for Research motorcycle ride, and guess what? It's back. I've got Beth Davis, the president of Breast Cancer Research Foundation of Alabama, on the phone with me. I also got Charlie Andrews from Law Tigers. We're going to talk Law Tigers here shortly. But first, hey, Beth, how's it going?
It's going great. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thank you so much for being here. Let's talk breast cancer research and Reagan for Research. What's going on?
Coming up on Sunday, September 29th, we'll be holding our 16th annual Reagan for Research charity motorcycle ride, and we're going to be getting together to raise money to fund breast cancer research across the state of Alabama.
That's fantastic. Now, it is happening at the Heart of Dixie Harley Davidson dealership, correct?
It sure is, right down in Pelham. We'll start and finish at Heart of Dixie Harley Davidson. Registration will open up on Sunday the 29th at noon, and kickstands up will be at 2 p.m. We're doing a 1-hour scenic police escorted ride through Shelby County. And so it's going to be a great day for a great cause.
I went last year, and to watch hundreds of motorcycles pull out from one spot, from one lot, and just take off in a big old line, a big old parade. It is one of the coolest and most fun things ever. I'm bringing my kids out this year because it is just a sight to see, and it's all for a great cause. You can meet great people, and I know you're doing registration that day. You can register early online as well.
You sure can at Reagan4 is the number 4 research.com. Advanced registration is open through Thursday the 26th, and registration is $35 for a single rider and $60 for 2 up. But again, if you don't register in advance, you can sign up day of starting at noon.
And there were straight up motorcycles there. You got your choppers, and you got there were sport bikes there. There were tricycles there. I mean, every kind of if you have handlebars, you are welcome. It was the coolest thing ever to see just this huge crew of diverse people getting out, having fun, hanging out. And it's all for a great cause. I highly recommend it. Heart of Dixie Harley Davidson is a super cool dealership. Just go check out the Harleys that they have there. That alone is worth the trip if you're having to come a little ways. I highly recommend it, and it is just such a cool thing. Beth, how long have you been with the Breast Cancer Research Foundation of Alabama?
I've been with the organization for 10 years. I'm celebrating my 10th anniversary with the foundation. So it's really cool to see the way the organization has grown over the years. You know, last year we invested $1.25 million in breast cancer research across Alabama. And a lot of that is in part to fundraising events like Reagan that make that possible, and the community who comes out to support them.
Don't miss the 16th annual Reagan for Research charity motorcycle ride on Sunday, September 29th at Heart of Dixie Harley Davidson. Registration starts at noon, kickstands up at 2. You can register online and get more info at Reagan4research.com. That's Reagan with 2 V's, the number 4 research.com.
Yeah, we're back. Here we go. Brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. Living on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the rest of the world on all kinds of platforms, live and archived. One of those options being the YouTube option. When it started, it developed a whole new breed of Rick and Bubba fan. And then inside that team is the elites, and they are here. We call them the tubers. And they have their own special days from time to time as we say thank you to their really borderline obsession with the show. And with that, and that's the effort we're looking for.
Yeah.
So
gotta have it.
So they are all here. So welcome, tubers. Good to have you guys on another special Tuber Day. And thank you for all your support and your passion for the show. Bubba, it is every time we do one of these, it just feels odd. But it's time for a Kamala Harris update. The View made it pretty clear that it sounded like they would have preferred Joe Biden, but
until she's there.
Until she's there, and it's we've got some updates. Everybody trying to figure out what Kamala would do if she was president. That's a tough one. It's like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. Hard to hone in on details. Here we go. Everybody say it. Kamala, Vice President of the USA. To be the only person saying it right. Whoopi didn't even say it right.
No.
I don't know what's wrong with Whoopi. She must have some deep-seated hate for Kamala for calling her Kamala.
Obviously racist.
Obviously racist, Whoopi. So here we go. You're going to see the vice president get stumped a couple times because someone asked her a question. So here we go. Here she's going to sit down, a little solo sit down. This is her big one, her first big solo sit down.
Exclusive.
And she's going to be asked about raising taxes. Here is Kamala Harris wanting to be your next president. Here we go.
Expanding that child tax credit, or you mentioned housing before, giving that extra money for a first home. If you can't raise corporate taxes, or if GOP takes control of the Senate, where do you get the money to do that? Do you still go forward with those plans and borrow?
Well, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes, and we're going to have to make sure that the biggest corporations and billionaires pay their fair share. That's just it. It's about paying their fair share.
Did you see? She finally landed on something she could say. Did you see she got so happy when she finally got? Oh yeah, fair share.
Well, because every little when you're a little baby Democrat, you're fed certain lines that all Democrats always lean on. They don't give you any details. And one of their most scrumptious is they want billionaires to pay their fair share. Right. That's the way they just. They just love that one. Now you never ever can get them to define fair share.
There's never a number tied to that.
Yeah.
It always appears to be more.
Right.
And let me say this. We were talking to a lady who has been a U.S. Senator. She's been vice president for almost 4 years. Why didn't you make billionaires pay their fair share then?
Right.
What's going to be different next time?
And caution, this is going to be inconvenient, but here comes math again. Don't ever forget all those programs that I will give this reporter.
At least she asked a decent question.
How are we going to finance all this? Now, keep in mind, Kamala, because she's a good Democrat, she just wants to start screaming out fair share of the most wealthiest people we have. Here's a problem.
Them darn billionaires.
They will tell you, because they act like there's only 1% of the people we need to hate. They're really telling you they're going to pay for all these programs by raising taxes on 1% of the people. They could take 100% of 1%, and they'll never do it.
Yeah, the math.
I have the math.
That is not going to work.
If you confiscated all of the wealth of all the billionaires in the United States, that would be around $5 trillion. If that would be enough to pay for 8 months of the federal government's budget.
That's it.
Maybe it's not the billionaires that's the problem. Maybe it's politicians and how much they spend. Maybe that could
Calm
be it.
down.
You think?
You
You think? All right, next, Bubba. This is the one too. That she's got a new comment she's been throwing out there right now on what kind of economy she's going to create. Listen to this one. You'll love this one. And it again, not real specific. I just want
Vice President, you just laid out your economic vision for the future.
Okay.
But still, there are lots of Americans who don't see themselves in your plans. For those who say these policies aren't for me, what do you say to them?
Well, if you are hardworking, if you have the dreams and the ambitions and the aspirations of what I believe you do,
Yes.
you're in my plan. You know, I have to tell you, I really love and am so energized by what I know to be the spirit and character of the American people. We have ambition.
Yes.
We have aspirations. We have dreams.
You already said that.
We can see what's possible. We have an incredible work ethic.
Yes. Where?
But not
Preach.
everyone has the access
Here it
to the
comes.
opportunities that allow them to achieve those things.
Here we go.
But we don't lack for those things. But not everyone, gets handed stuff on a silver platter.
There it
And
is.
so my vision for the economy, I call it an opportunity economy, is about making sure that all Americans, wherever they start, wherever they
No
are,
matter where.
have the ability to actually achieve those dreams and those ambitions.
All right, so let me.
What in the world?
Unless you're a billionaire.
Yeah, right. But I'm going to launch. Can we please listen to what this person is saying? And this is why you got to stop these giant central government people, and you got to stop them.
Yes.
Everything she just said is not provided by the government. If the government gets out of your life, you have more opportunity than ever. If the government does not say, let us teach you to achieve. What our founding fathers said is remove the government so you can achieve.
Yeah.
Remove the government so you can have opportunity. The government does not create opportunity. Opportunity exists right now. And what you don't want is for the government to take those opportunities and actually shrink them and not give you the ability to achieve. Everybody listening to this voice and watching this show, you have the ability to achieve, you have opportunity, and what happens is a giant central government actually gets in the way and puts obstacles in front of opportunity and your ability to achieve. She is telling you that the government is going to do something that they actually are a detriment to. And I'm done.
Mic drop.
You ask her what she means by an opportunity economy. There's an opportunity economy out there right now. If you'll find it.
Get out of our way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every economy is an opportunity economy.
It's just more lingo.
It is.
That's all it is. It has no substance.
What are we
to it.
saying? It's absurd.
If you want to give
bunch of
businesses an
mumbo-jumbo.
opportunity, cut regulation, cut
you.
taxes.
Thank you.
Let them empower the private sector
Preach.
and hire more people. That's the only way out of this is a good paying job.
Well, you guys aren't thinking about this holistically.
Hey, here we
let's hear
go.
this. You're going to love this one.
Go, count this.
All right. Okay. All right.
Some of the work is going to be through what we do in terms of giving benefits and assistance to state and local governments around transit dollars and looking holistically at the connection between that and housing, and looking holistically at the incentives we in the federal government can create for local and state governments to actually engage in planning in a holistic manner that includes prioritizing affordable housing.
So is it holistically?
Yes.
Or what?
Okay.
Do I have a holistic opportunity to holistically achieve?
Yes.
That has to be a test word that came out of some study group that everybody likes. Holistically,
It means nothing, and I can just say it. It sounds smart.
I love how
You
they
too,
set the
Rick,
props
we,
up in the background too, ladders and stuff. Like that. She's for the
She's
working
working.
man. Yeah,
You
That's good.
remember we had a housing bubble before that was very bad for our economy, and that was all based on giving the opportunity to buy houses to people who could not afford it.
And then look what
Now
happened.
I wish everybody had a new house and a new car and a great job, but unfortunately that's not always the case. But you can't put people in houses and expect them to make payments who do not qualify. We've got history on this. We know who can and who can't. I mean, we see it every day. And unfortunately, some people, are working their way up the chain. They have to start with apartments or living with family, and then hopefully they get out on their own and do their thing. But if you start funding down payment on houses, and you're going to run the debt up immensely with that, people that can't qualify anyway.
Yep.
It sounds good. You feel good. Hey, we got somebody in the house. But when they go bankrupt, when they can't make those payments, they're going to take down a lot of people who are making payments. We've seen that. That's not a theory. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Here comes her saying, and we'll go to the break, the complete opposite of what was going to happen. Listen to everything Bubba just said. Now listen to this.
Mm-hmm. Home ownership for too many people in our country now is elusive. Gone is the day of everyone thinking they could actually live the American dream. So
It actually, but why is it gone?
You've turned it into
you helped for it to disappear, ma'am.
You turned it into an American nightmare. You are the problem. The government, as Ronald Reagan said brilliantly, they're not the answer, they're the problem. The American dream is just fine if y'all will get out of our lives. You're the ones that keep taking a dump on it.
Oh, okay.
It's like American dream. Y'all squat and y'all take a dump on it.
Right on top.
And turn it into an American nightmare.
And it's no longer with us.
All right, we'll come back.
Holistically.
But
how
you do it holistically.
Yeah, holistically and opportunity and all that. We'll see what the latest polls say, and then we'll move on. But we'll give you an update on that when we come back with Scott Jennings.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, it's Adler. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Just finishing up my interview here with Beth Davis from the Breast Cancer Research Foundation of Alabama and Charlie Andrews from the Law Tigers. We're talking about Revving for Research. It's the charity motorcycle ride on Sunday, September 29th. Here I am talking with Beth and Charlie. Check it out. Do you happen to know how many motorcycles were in on the ride last year? Because it seemed like 1,001 to me.
It does seem like 1,001, but it was actually 204 last year bikes, and then we had 279 people, so some of those were two-ofs. And what's really cool, you did mention that there's a lot of different types of riders out there, and there's a lot of pink going on, so people can deck out their motorcycles with some pink in support of breast cancer, and so it's just really a fun to watch them all cruise out and come back in. And then we have an after party with food. And so it's just a great day overall.
Yeah, the barbecue was fantastic. I will say that.
There you go.
and Charlie, you're the Alabama marketing manager for Law Tigers. I mentioned it at the beginning of this interview that they're cool lawyers. They're lawyers that ride. They're lawyers that look out for motorcycle riders. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yes. What Law Tigers does is we specifically and only help riders that are injured in accidents. So we don't do anything else. We're not doing divorces one day or chasing dirty water and Tylenol cases the next. We are strictly here to help riders injured in accidents. And we've been doing it for over 20 years now. We're nationwide as a brand. But every state has its own local law firm, so it's all handled within-house. And everybody that works for Law Tigers rides motorcycles, so we know what it's like to be on two wheels. That's what separates us from other areas, is that's all we do is specialize in helping riders injured in accidents.
And y'all started 20 years ago, and that's actually when I started riding, but that's just a coincidence. That's just so everybody knows, that's just a coincidence, all right? Just so everybody knows. But honestly, on a serious note, I have seen, like I said, I've been riding for about 20 years. I've seen over the past 10 years, as cell phones have gotten bigger and better and the lights have gotten shinier and people have gotten more and more glued to their phones, I have seen people's hands go from 2 hands on the steering wheel to 1 hand on the steering wheel and 1 hand on their cell phone. And that's why I'm so happy to partner with you guys at Law Tigers, watching out for motorcycle riders, because I have seen the change of people behind the wheel, and it's just not okay. It's not cool. It's incredibly dangerous, and I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys so much for watching out for motorcycle riders. They know what your gear is worth. They know what it takes to get all that cool gear on the road, and they're going to help get you and your gear back on the road. So, Charlie, thank you so much, man, for the work that you do with Law Tigers.
Well, thank you so much for having us. And remember, with Law Tigers, you never ride alone.
And Beth, you are doing such a great job as president of the Breast Cancer Research Foundation of Alabama. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me. We really appreciate your helping us raise money to fuel breast cancer research across Alabama.
Everybody knows somebody that's touched by this, so it's just amazing work that you guys are doing. Law Tigers, you guys get alongside so many cool events like this across the whole country, so thank you both again, and I hope to see you guys out there for Revan for Research. Don't miss the 16th annual Revan for Research charity motorcycle ride on Sunday, September 29th at Heart of Dixie Harley-Davidson. Registration starts at noon, kickstands up at 2. You can register online and get more info at revan4research.com. That's Revan with 2 V's, the number 4, research.com.
Thank you. Here we go. We're back. So we'll kind of, I don't know that we have a whole lot to add on the political update today. So, but we will hear what is it looking like out there. Scott Jennings, who at some point will be, I don't know.
How's he still on CNN?
Well, I'll tell you how. I think this new bunch took over and they said, let's have an audience. Let's have some ratings.
Let's get more than 3 people watching.
So I want to get Scott Jennings in here to stir a little. And so he is going to talk about, because I know a lot of you out there, you're like, where do we stand? We made our points. We understand the ideology. We're pointing out the absurd and everybody's going back and forth over points. Where do we stand? So Scott Jennings on CNN is going to point out that there's some issues for the Harris campaign. So here he is, courtesy of CNN.
Look, she's got a major problem. It's Joe Biden and the fact that she's his vice president. In our CNN survey yesterday, 51% of registered voters said that Trump had a successful presidency. Only 37% said the same about Biden and Harris. A lot of that has to do with the economy, and it mostly has to do with inflation. And so she's yet to look into a television camera and say, here are 2 or 3 things that Joe Biden did that I disagreed with, and I would do it differently, and I've learned from that. She's effectively running on a continuation of the same. People don't like the same, and they remember Trump better. I don't know how you expect to win under those circumstances.
That other lady, she was tore up. She couldn't wait.
If they had kept the camera going, you would have seen her hands try to choke Scott Jennings. Well, but he's just speaking truth. Yeah. What are you going to do different, Kamala? And she's not telling you other than holistically and opportunity and things of that nature.
Coming in 2025, Scott Jennings to Fox News.
Yeah, you're right. All right, next he says the nervous campaign is the Harris campaign. So here we go.
Just say the spate of polls that came out yesterday, Quinnipiac, our CNN polling, the Gallup poll indicators right now, the nervous campaign this morning is the Harris campaign. They're not where they need to be with young voters. They're not where they need to be with voters of color, working class voters. They're not achieving the margins that they need that Joe Biden was getting in 2020. And Trump's base is immovable. And right now, his administration and him personally are more popular than they have ever been.
Oh, he's out. Boy,
he's gone. His parking spot will be painted over tomorrow. I mean, he may get to CNN, but he's going to have to do it on MARTA.
It's sad to see somebody that doesn't understand holistically.
Yeah, right. You holistic fool.
You fool. You. Adler, I think we're done politically, right? I feel updated. We've got everything there. And we all need a break from it, which leads me to video 14. When all else fails, I want to see NFL mascots play a Little League team.
Oh,
can I tell you what?
Good stuff.
It's back.
These NFL mascots running over children, pushing children down. I just can't get enough of it.
That's pretty funny.
And this is the latest. I don't know when they do this, but they play. Is this pregame when they play? I guess.
All I saw that is it's back, and I was like, I got to show the guys.
Have you seen the latest? It's some of the stuff we love.
It has to be halftime.
So
it's pretty packed.
So we're looking at this. You got various mascots playing against a little league football team. All right, we got an announcer with it. Okay, good.
Please look to blow up one.
The kids are hitting the ground.
I know.
Coverage, Rowdy. Rowdy forces the incompletion.
Okay, watch this right here.
Little trickeration from the Pee-wees.
Getting chippy.
Curriculars there, Blue.
Yeah.
He did the throat slice.
He did.
I thought that was illegal.
Yeah, I know. Now this kid scores. Watch this.
He's pretty quick.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh, good for him.
Watch this, Bubba. Though. Watch him fall.
He tried, didn't he?
It's hard to run in that.
Oh, look at that. All right, now watch this, though. They're about to run over. They're going to run over the entire defense. So now the mascots are mad, okay? Watch this. Watch this stiff arm going up here. He's
trying so hard.
That's Atlanta Braves mascot.
That's Blooper.
They just ran over everybody.
That Blooper at a Stallions
Did you see
game.
the banana back there?
Yes.
Look, I love that look on his face as he keeps playing
So
hard.
serious.
Look at the offensive line.
I want this guy on the end over here.
Right. Hey, look, they mean business. Now the mascots have a mascot in motion.
They got a mascot in motion.
There's the Oregon Duck. A throw to the end zone. Watch this catch from Blue. He was wide open.
How did he even see that?
No. How do you catch a ball in a mascot outfit?
I wish y'all could see this. It's just mascots running everywhere.
I mean, look, there it is again. Every time he scored, he's trash talking again.
Oh, he gave the cut again.
Well, mascots can give the cut.
I could watch this all day.
Could you?
Yeah.
Oh my
I
goodness.
needed that. I needed this so much. Look right here. Look right here. Look right here. You're getting a kid in trouble here. Digging.
Goodness.
I tell you what, that dog was digging.
Yeah, that dog was trying hard.
Well, we got to get.
He threw two of them in the backfield.
Blooper's going nuts.
Blooper is great. He plays hard.
He does.
The banana with a sack.
Is that Savannah Banana?
I think it is. Look, it pushed the little kid. I love that the mascots trash talk, push them.
Oh,
God, this is so good for kids. Did you see him kill that guy? Look, this is so good.
Oh my goodness!
This is so good for kids.
It is
so
good for kids.
It is good. We should do more of this.
You know, on the play, the mascot.
We're coddling these kids. This is a step in the right direction.
Here we go. Here it comes. Here it comes. Hang on.
Has Blue scored again?
Blue scored again.
MVP.
Come on, Blue. Do it.
The Colts mascot went crazy.
On the reverse pass they scored on, the mascot did a great job shaking off the tackler and throwing that ball in that suit. Left-handed.
He did. Man. I thought the big balloon one could have blocked better, but everybody else.
I wanted that balloon one to get the ball and take off with it.
Golly, that's such a good thing to see.
The banana was just a grown man with a banana head. I mean, his body didn't. He was just knocking kids
He
down.
can move around great. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 11 minutes to the top. Craig Shoemaker is our guest. Shuey is in town again. Craig, let's just be honest. Tomorrow night's show, they're selling like crazy. Tonight, you're concerned that the tickets for tonight are not moving like they normally do, and you're concerned it could be basketball.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Now,
Then I was just informed it could be that people are staying home watching the war.
Listen, Craig, I'm telling you. Now, and no offense to the Auburn fans, it ain't because people are staying home to watch Auburn basketball. Love Cliff Ellis, good friend of mine, but You know, it's people.
This is not a basketball part of the country.
It's a war part of the country. Look, everybody is sitting, watching, trying to figure out where we're bombing at, where's the latest J dam, and who's selling stuff
seriously,
to jam it.
I know your political beliefs. I'm very clear on that.
Yes.
All right. You're right of Rush Limbaugh.
Right.
Yes.
We make Rush Limbaugh look like a moderate.
Okay. Now,
Sean Hannity sat in that very chair, and he realized he was the most moderate person in the room. And he's never had that happen before.
Now, tell me the logic. Pretend I'm your child. What is the logic of you have a choice of comedy? You know I'm one of the best, right?
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Never laugh harder, right? So now you have a choice of laughing hard like it's aerobics. Now, although that could be difficult for you guys, but
probably not a good analogy.
Okay, not a good. Okay, it's a cleansing. It's a cleansing.
Yeah. How
of
about
all this darkness that's in our lives right now? You have a choice of that or watching reruns of bombing.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about
Which,
this,
by the way,
Craig?
is just nothing but a light show. I might as well go to Laserium. I mean, it's not like you're seeing Iraqis going, ah!
Yeah.
It's not like you've seen any of that, right? Okay, so now you have a choice, and which is your choice? Stardome?
Oh, I would pick
How about this?
Thunderdome.
How about
I
this?
probably will go. I mean, that's kind of my
Craig,
deal.
here's the thing. I've been with war coverage all week, and this is my sale. I've had enough of it.
Yeah,
I need a break.
Me too.
I need to get away from it.
Okay,
I have
so you
got into it a little
So
too
you
much.
so you are going to leave and go to the comedy show?
Yeah.
Yes, I would.
Very
do
good.
that.
Okay.
I would do
And
that.
to me, that makes sense because
Okay,
you can get updates. I think it's.
How
good.
about this? Craig Shoemaker's War of Comedy.
Well, I actually started. Oh, there you go. I started something called LaughterHeals.com.
How about it really
And
does?
it's all about the laughter.
Truly does.
It literally heals you. If you read somebody's system after they leave a show, their immune system, it goes way higher. I mean, and
Josh knows I need mine to go up.
No, it's true.
That's just
It's
for
your
sickness.
psyche. Because
yes, exactly.
And the
Takes
thing,
you away from
laughter
all
is
this.
the best medicine. No doubt about it.
Our slogan is just open up and say ha.
I love
What
it.
better? Norman Cousins cured himself of an incurable disease just through laughter, which makes me a doctor.
Okay, now you're going too far.
Craig, look.
It's a whole book about it called
Craig.
Anatomy of an Illness. This has all been researched. This isn't something I'm just coming up with to get people to go to the Stardome.
You mentioned you had a problem with your son. And I know that you've written some children's books, so I know... I have
a children's book here, right?
You probably didn't know this. I have written a children's book, too.
You did, too?
Yeah,
I can't read it.
it's under a pen name, because I didn't want to...
It's
and I think this will help you out. It's called Everyone Poops.
No, I love this. I read this to my... I read this to my kid.
I think, Craig, that will help the problem if you...
How about
I've read this to him numerous times, and he pooped his pants.
Do you realize, you know why? Because everybody poops.
And I pooped my pants, and look where I am.
Look, he's 4 years old. As a matter of fact, my friends never let me forget.
How about TT in the potty?
I got to tell you a story.
We got
so
that.
They could focus
Remember
on that.
You saw
Where's
me
it at? Have we got it?
You saw me in the audience on Broadway, right? When Whoopi was talking about me on the stage.
Unbelievable that we were at the same place.
Now, I don't know if you knew this. I was on Broadway at one time. Now, let me tell you this story. This is how your old friends... I grew up with these guys in Philadelphia, which is a tough town anyway. They have an ice cream store called Lick This. Give you a little idea what they're like in Philadelphia. I mean, it's not a very romantic city, Romance in Philadelphia is, relax, honey, there ain't no cars coming. I mean, this is the kind of city we're in, right? So I grew up, and by the way, my kid's in L.A., he's already getting teased. I was teased my entire life and beaten up and everything. So now here I am, I'm on Broadway. Kenny Loggins, I'm opening for Kenny Loggins. I toured with him a whole year, and it all culminates into, listen to this, an hour before the show, he goes, Craig, I'm freaking out. Trish is sick. Can you sing bass? And I'm so nervous. I'm on Broadway. My name's in lights. I'm going, I can sing bass. Sure, Kenny. Footloose, footloose. I was so nervous. So anyway, now I get these front row seats because I'm just 90 miles from Philly. My friend's in the front row. I come out on stage. Here he is, Craig Shoemaker, open for Kenny Loggins. For opening night, they're not there. All the front row is completely empty. All of a
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for making us part of your day today and hanging out with us. We've got much to cover still ahead. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up, too. I mentioned that the tubers are watching today, and I have a feeling when I ask this question, it's going to make Coop nervous. Anybody having issues with the IRS? Boy, he shut up, didn't he? Do you think that was a coincidence that car was parked so close to yours today? Probably not. The IRS, they mean business. They're going to find you, and they're not going after you. Even heard Kamala earlier today, our vice president, trying to demonize billionaires. Somebody on the text made a note, and it's right. Have you noticed they don't say millionaire anymore?
Yeah,
they've moved up to billionaire.
Right.
So they.
Well, if you own a house, you're a millionaire.
Right. I was about to say. So anyway, they've got lawyers protecting them from the IRS, and how about that? How about this? We don't. October 5th, here it comes. Yeah, rolling down the train, just a coming down the track at the junction. If you forgot to file an extension, October 5th is going to be here whether you do it or not. Once that hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. That sounds good, doesn't it? Just trying to pep you up a little bit today. But anyway, there is an organization that can be your advocate. That's TNUSA.com, Tax Network USA. TNUSA.com/bigbox. Great strategies to help you out. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to that are reasonable, which ones that are unreasonable to avoid, like those that try to block you in at a hotel so you can't get out. So if you'd like to go right now to TNUSA.com/bigbox, find out if they can go to work for you. 1-800-780-8888. Put your life back in order and sleep with peace, knowing you have between you and the IRS, TNUSA.com/bigbox. There's no obligation to use them, so find out what they can do for you, then make your decision. The link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, you know, I didn't even know that there's blimps flying around any residential areas, but apparently in Brazil, we have a blimp that has fallen on residential homes.
That can't be good.
That right
That's
there.
That's going to leave a mark.
Is not what we're looking for.
Oh, goodness.
Looks like, oh my goodness, look at this blimp. Hey, y'all, this is a show enough sports, event type blimp.
Oh, no.
And it's landed on, and now it's now deflating on a house. It's deflating on it. Look, it's in a major area. Oh, there's, it's ripped it. They hit top of that. Now it's real. Is someone in there still? They're bouncing around on neighborhoods. For a moment, it looks like, I thought this was, Greg, and good news, it starts, I think, October the 8th. I thought this was the promotional video for 1,000 Pound Sisters.
Oh, yes. I can't wait.
Yeah, okay. Oh, there, look at this.
That's what I thought.
Absolutely.
Same thing.
Is that thing not a danger to explode or something?
It's not got
Are blimps
hydrogen.
dangerous?
It's not the Hindenburg.
It's not.
I know, but what do they got in it nowadays? Helium?
I think it's
flat up helium.
I guess so.
I think it's just helium.
Hi, baby.
The hydrogen thing didn't work very good.
No.
Everybody in that neighborhood's going to be talking like that after that much got out.
There's a blimp on my house. Hello. There's a blimp on my, literally on my house.
Sir, have you inhaled helium?
Baby. Possibly, holistically.
Unbelievable. Also,
it's just so weird.
It really
to
is.
see a blimp in a neighborhood. I mean, and Rick, it was coming in hot too.
It was.
This wasn't kind of floating down. It was plowing through there. You know.
Oh no! The airship was rented by the Brazilian soccer team São Paulo FC for a promotion, and it was performing a flight test. So that was supposed to be the flight test.
Well, I've got news. It didn't make it.
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
So
if blimps up there in the neighborhood, y'all.
If I'm correct,
laying on.
So they speak Portuguese in Brazil, correct?
I believe so.
So I don't know Portuguese, but I was going to do Helium Boy speaking Spanish, but that didn't really work with Brazil.
That's all right, close enough.
Hey, ¿qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa?
So
close enough.
But there was a pilot in it, and he had to be taken to the hospital.
Well, is he okay?
So.
He was injured, not killed.
Well, they don't fly blimp very good.
Hey, there's a pilot in my breakfast area. ¿Cómo está?
Rick, it was plowing through. I mean, I thought initially it was like it lost power and it was just gently floating down.
No, it was.
No. She was plowing it.
The other button. Hit the other button.
Up.
Pull up!
Yeah, so the
Okay, so yeah, modern blimps like the Goodyear blimp are filled with helium.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Ever since that big explosion.
Sao Paulo, we have a problem. Sao Paulo, we have a problem.
Yeah, I think we've learned the hydrogen thing didn't work.
Didn't work.
No.
The Germans thought they had something.
No, if it starts a fire, hey baby, she's
Oh,
gone.
when it sparks, she is something.
The calamity.
Wow, helium is hydrogen is lighter than helium.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
That's right.
And very
Atomic number one.
inflammable.
Helium, lot of fun, no flames.
What was that?
Lot of fun, no flames.
A lot of fun, not flames.
Yeah,
All right,
let's go. More fun, no flames.
I got it.
Speaking
Man,
of,
coming in hot.
That's gotta hurt.
It's coming in
that-
hot.
that is coming in hot. That really is.
That's gotta hurt. So, did they say why this happened? I mean, did the wind turn
Must have
on?
had a hole
Did
in it or
they?
something.
He lose
hole in it.
control.
Well, the hole doesn't happen until he hits the first house. I mean,
Well,
but maybe
they
there was
losing altitude because there was a hole in it. Who knows?
Right. You know, he didn't pan down when he did it.
That's right.
He didn't pan
Somebody
down.
may have shot it. You don't know.
Hey, buckle up, we're going down.
Yeah.
Brace for impact.
Brace for impact.
You know, the guy was just like, ah!
That was after the helium was out.
Say you have a helium leak in the cockpit.
Hey, I think we have a helium leak here in the cockpit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Can you hear my voice? Might be an indicator.
So
They had to shut down electricity in the entire area to remove the blimp.
Oh yeah.
Did they really?
It was all hung up.
Greg, now here comes the crews to fix it.
Hey, we got a power outage over here.
Everybody in the
Probably the
neighborhood.
first time they've encountered that case of trouble.
Yeah.
We'll get the power back on in a minute. Stand by.
Now, I have seen a Mylar balloon take it out.
You have not.
Yeah, the big silver one.
Cross. Yeah, get cross.
Am I the only one that those Mylar balloons? I find them everywhere.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Well,
I went down to the farm last
They'll
week and I
travel,
looked
Rick.
and there's some out in the middle of the pasture. I'm like, well, there's somebody's Mylar balloon.
Rick, I do too. I see them all the time, but I let them go all the time too. You
Well,
know, I
yeah.
used to be king of letting them go.
Well, I'm with you. If I've
just
got
kinda like doing
something
that?
with helium in it,
Yeah.
I don't think you get the true effect if you don't eventually let it go.
Well, if
watch it go.
you just let it go, it just flies off. I like to weight it down and try to counterbalance so it goes real slow.
Yeah,
You know, that's more
so you can
fun.
enjoy it more.
Yeah, and then if the sun's going down, it reflects off of it. Everybody thinks it's a UFO.
And I like to put on the bottom
That's
if you found this, help.
Yeah. Or call somebody somebody else's number.
Yeah. For the longest, I used to put Mark Garnett's phone number.
Right. If found, call John Cooper.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is again.
Called Cooper.
That's right. I can't believe it.
If you're at the grocery store and you buy a 4-year-old a balloon,
Oh yeah.
and they are really mad because you're also holding onto the string and they want to hold onto
Yeah.
it by themselves, and they say they can handle it and they won't let
They
it go
cannot.
up into the rafters of the grocery
Every
store.
time.
Don't listen to them.
100% of the time.
Don't believe them. They will forget and they will let it go.
How fast do you walk away?
Anywhere from from 2 to 4, they always think that they can handle a helium balloon, and they can't.
and they get so mad. Like
Yeah.
they
You
can
got to
tell.
tie it around their wrist. That's the only
Yes.
hope.
Yeah, then let it bounce.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
We had a kid's birthday party, and China got a high ceiling, so I had to get a balloon, put tape on top of it, and retrieve all the
Of
other
course,
ones.
yeah. Because every one of them
constantly.
every one of them said they can handle it. They can.
Yeah. Can.
That's funny. I used a leaf blower inside my house to blow the balloon back down the roof slope.
Yeah, I bet that was
If
good.
you got an extra balloon, try the tape method. Works really good.
The
Look
tape
at
method
you,
is good.
Greg.
No, it is good.
Wow.
Got to have an extra balloon for that.
do
You
have to
do,
have
you
that.
do.
Yeah.
And a long string.
Hey, stand by. Go get it.
Those high ceilings like Ad's got. That's
Welcome
way on
back.
up there, isn't it?
The leaf blower works though, by the way.
I got a
You want
squirrel
to go
at the house
electric
with
inside the house, not gas
Right,
inside the
yeah.
house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
important.
that's true. Yeah.
You stir up any dust doing that?
No, not at all.
off the top of the
None.
refrigerator.
When we come back, Travis Kelce off to his worst start in NFL history.
What could be the cause, Rick? What could be the
Well,
cause?
I think I can speak to that. Thanks, Swifties. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Craig's freaking out. Trish is sick. Can you sing bass? And I'm so nervous. I'm on Broadway. My name's in lights. I'm going, I can sing bass. Sure, Kenny. Footloose, footloose. You know, I was so nervous. So anyway, now I get these front row seats because I'm all just 90 miles from Philly. My friend's in the front row. I come out on stage. Here he is, Craig Shoemaker, open for Kenny Loggins. For opening night, they're not there. All the front row is completely empty. All of a sudden, during my act, here they come with tubs of beer down the aisle on Broadway, right? And they're going, yo, there's Shoe! We made it! We're here, buddy! And they turn to the audience and go, don't believe anything he's saying. He's full of it. Tell him about the time you crapped your pants in high school. And they didn't say crap either. And I'm going, stop it, not now. I'm trying to whisper to them, stop it, not funny, not funny. I'm on Broadway, stop it. Tell them about that, Chewy. Yeah. Oh, and they're going on and on, all the stuff, you know. And then they're going by, they're spilling beer on people. Yo, we love you, Shoe. We're here for you. Then I'm singing with Kenny Loggins, right? And it's real quiet. They're so drunk now that they have no idea that I'm back out on stage.
I don't even recognize you.
Sunglasses on. All of a sudden during this little poo corner, right? They're going, whoa, that's you singing with Kenny Loggins. Do poo corner, you ass.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's ask a question. Who asked the musical question? Have you ever been to Electric Ladyland? Speed Racer lives on Electric Ladyland.
What is the question? I don't understand it.
Yeah.
This question sucks. I'm just going to tell you, it's bad. This
We're back. Thank you for being with us today. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Looking ahead, some opportunities that are coming up this weekend. You want to see Rich Wingo? Go to Tallahassee, Alabama. Rich Wingo speaking there this Sunday night. I'll be in Panama City, Florida, coming up Monday night for their big men's event. They'll also host a Man Church conference next year, so we'll talk more about that. Find both of those at themanchurch.com under events. All right, so those of you out there, if you remember, there was the supposed reveal that the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce relationship, which I know it broke my heart, may be a marketing ploy by both
You remember they found the script.
Right.
They're supposed to break up. I think it was September the 28th.
That's this
Of
weekend.
course, they had to move the date back since it had been outed.
A lot of you, if they stick to that date, I hate to tell you, which Bubba's point, I don't think they will. It is this weekend, and I know that I'm just so hopeful for them, and I hope it all works out. But now let's get to what we knew would eventually happen. It is as old as time, and that is that now Travis Kelce's performance on the field is waning.
Who,
And
Samson?
off to his worst ever start. Suddenly this Swiftiness. You have to understand.
He's changed his look, Rick. And his game has changed.
Yep, everything.
What's up?
And he's got. Look, you don't think spending too much time with Swifty and not enough time getting ready for games,
running routes.
Yep. And Andy Reid has finally addressed it. And he
he ain't even got time to do, State Farm commercials.
No, he doesn't. And by the way,
he's running all over the globe trying to catch her performances.
Yeah, right. So right now, I mean, he's doing less endorsements than Nick Saban right now.
Right.
Now his Lowe's commercial's pretty funny.
Here comes.
They're all good.
Here comes.
New stash look.
Andy Reid.
I told you.
I know people are saying that he's old or that he has, and this is a indirect mention of Taylor Swift. I know people say he's getting old and that he has distractions.
Yep.
Is that what you call it?
That's better known as Taylor Swift. But defenses don't think that. Trav is fine. He just keeps being Trav, and he works his tail off. He hasn't lost a step. He's not distracted. That's so that the Swifties won't kill Andy Reid.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Defenses are making sure he's taken care of. He's just not an unknown anymore, and the defenses concentrate on stopping him.
All right, let me ask you, this could bring up a key
that.
point. Does Andy Reid now need more protection than Donald Trump?
Possibly.
Yes.
If these Swifties ever figure out the distractions means Taylor Swift, he's got trouble.
It's been a cruel summer.
Yeah, it's going to be.
I mean, he is just a play or two away from having a song written about him.
Now let's talk about.
He could have bad blood soon.
Oh, it won't be long.
Needs to shake it off.
No, it won't be long. Yeah.
I wish I could play, but I don't know any of the titles.
There's no bad blood or anything.
Bubba,
I said that. I just
Speedy
said that.
found Apple Music.
Bubba, here's what's funny. You, of course, have been upset that people have overlooked Sugar Hill Gang's Apache.
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Taylor Swift has a song coming out pretty soon called Chief. And, here's the thing. If you're a sports fan and all this Taylor Swift thing is annoying, you're just so annoyed by it. And everybody keeps telling you, don't worry about it. It's good publicity. We're getting more fans, blah, blah, blah. And you're going, I guess I can tolerate it. But now Travis Kelce isn't playing well for whatever reason. I just want to get in the real world. All of those that hate this Taylor Swift thing, they are going to blame this relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to be furious about it.
Yeah.
And because, you're fine until you start tampering with success on the field. Then people get upset.
Oh, yeah.
People get very upset.
Mm-hmm.
I got one word for you, Tony Romo.
Thank you.
Oh. Do you remember that?
Yep,
That's
sure.
2 words.
Remember that little run?
It caused him to fumble right there. Couldn't put him in the.
Yeah.
Oh,
He was too busy looking in the stands.
Couldn't handle the snap for the kick.
Yeah.
Look, let me tell you what needs to happen.
Cowboys would have been in there.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. We should almost, if you got football players that you really like, there should almost be a rule that they can't date any big celebrities till their career's over.
Yeah. After it's over,
At least not during the
These
season.
these celebrity couples, they always destroy the player. Always.
Yep.
And I don't mean player. I mean player.
Right.
It will do the others.
It will.
Speaking of that, in celebrity news, P. Diddy.
How do you even talk about it?
I'm scared to talk about anything.
This is getting.
There's so many different angles.
Rick, the story about the excessive amount of baby oil that he has.
That's weird.
And here we go. Here we go.
A lot of baby oil.
And we are off and running.
Now, his lawyer has come up with a creative answer for this.
Yeah. Can you imagine being P. Diddy's lawyer? Can you imagine? Can you imagine go out now? He's being questioned. Doesn't look good that he's got cases of baby oil, but the lawyer wants us to know we should not be concerned about this.
Been with him since 8 o'clock this morning, and it's about almost 3 o'clock now. He's just laser focused. He's engaged. He's helpful. He's confident. We're going through our defense as we do every day, and his spirits are relatively good.
How do you explain the baby oil and the lubricants? 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was a lot. I mean, there's a Costco right down the street. You know, I think Americans buy in bulk, as we know. And you know, this is consensual adults doing what consensual adults.
Okay, see, that's the problem. It's maybe not consensual.
Easy. How about this? Can I tell you back to that terrible defense? I can tell this guy is not even that impressive to me. Nobody will take this case.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Because money's not an issue.
This is the only guy that would take it.
Yeah.
Okay,
he's in a fairly good.
And if that's the best defense we've got, well, people buy in bulk. I think we're going to have to come up with something better than that.
There's a Costco right down the road.
And I'll go further. Let's say, and I'll be very delicate here, let's say that he's trying to sell us that, as he did, he said it, he's not trying, he says it, consenting adults, they have certain things that they do. Yeah, but if I'm having to buy it in bulk, it seems like
That's
there's
a lot of
it
consenting
sounds like there's going to be a lot of folks involved in this. This sounds like a large gathering, which that's weird. There's certain things you need to buy in bulk. Well, this shouldn't be one of them.
No.
Like ketchup.
Right, yeah, sure.
And in fact, they Costco sells like baby soap. They sell diaper rash cream, but they don't actually sell baby oil.
No, you're investigating.
Oh, I'm an investigative journalist.
Yeah,
right.
And according to some of those that have come forward, everybody wasn't consenting.
Right.
Not me, I'm being serious. I mean,
right.
No, I got you. But even if you,
so for him to say he's a consenting adult,
well,
no, not really.
Where he has a problem, though, even that, I see what he's trying to say, but that and bulk buys of as he said, well,
there's a Costco down the street.
That doesn't wash.
He wasn't ready for that question.
He wasn't.
Rick, I love ketchup. We buy it in bulk, but nowhere close to that.
No. And then you are consenting while you're eating it.
Yes, that is true.
Right. Yeah.
You're good.
Don't say that again, Greg.
And what I'm saying, and I'm choosing words again, you can be the most motivated consenting adult in the world. You don't need it by the case.
No.
You know.
Okay? I mean, you just...
You really don't.
You just can't. You just don't.
So lawyer to Diddy,
if you're going in bulk, then there's a lot of folks involved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's got to have a break.
So Diddy, walk this out for me. Let's discuss baby oil. Okay, what's our defense on that?
Okay, here's what I'm thinking.
Costco.
We got a Costco boss.
And
did they sell baby oil?
Forklift.
Nobody will check. They didn't know about Adler.
They didn't.
They didn't know about Adler.
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
This is our little Nancy Grace.
Yeah.
Well, and here that's funny, but here you've got a problem like you did with Epstein. Too many important people in trouble if Diddy is brought in and starts trying to cut deals.
Right.
I hope y'all are not attached to P. Diddy.
Yeah.
Okay, because let me tell you, he's going to be found guilty, likely. He's going to go into a facility that's going to have some very sleepy security guards
when he goes very poor video recording device that keeps an eye on everything, the security system.
Diddy is going to go on suicide watch, and all the people keeping him from killing himself will get real sleepy.
Did you see who his cellmate was?
I saw that.
It's the guy that pulled off the big scam on the
Sam Bankman-Fried or whatever his name
on
is.
the cryptocurrency stuff.
Oh, really?
You know, defrauded about $1 billion out of it.
I bet P. Diddy slips on baby oil. That's how they're going to cover it up.
Oh, God.
This has been floating around the internet for some time too. Strange but true facts, and
Strange.
And, this is, there's some real insight here to some things that I didn't know. So
You said strange, but true.
Strange but true. We have traffic back there.
That is what that sounds like, isn't it? That is very traffic-like, isn't it?
It's 5 clear now.
Yeah. 65.
Did you know? Now, this is strange, y'all. This is really strange. Stay with me here.
Okay, I'm with you.
If a statue in a park of a person on a horse has both front legs in the air, the person died in battle. If the horse has one leg in the air, it means the person died of results of wounds received in battle. And if the horse has all 4 legs on the ground, it means the person died of natural causes. Did you know that was the rule for having a statue in the park? I had no idea.
You're kidding.
I had no idea.
If it's 2 legs up, and he died in battle.
Right. If it was reared up, one down would be died of wounds he received from the battle. All 4 on the ground died of natural causes.
Wow.
Isn't that something? No word in the English language rhymes with mouth, orange, silver, and purple. So if you're writing a song or a poem, you might want to stay clear of those at the end of your sentence.
What are they again?
Mouth, orange, silver, and purple.
Mouth?
Yes.
South?
That's what this said. Oh, I'm saying.
What are they?
Okay, you know what that was? That was subliminal belief. I was trying to figure out why I was so hungry.
Put something in my mouth.
Or it tie into that last story. I don't know. Did you know?
There's no word that rhymes with mouth.
Okay. Everybody on Bubba, everybody on Bubba. Clans of long ago wanted to get rid of their unwanted people without killing them. So you know how they used to get rid of them? They would burn their house down. Hence the expression, to get fired. Have you ever thought about that?
That's not true.
How that's what it come about. Hence the expression.
Fired from work? So if they wanted to get rid of you, they would burn your house down. Smitty, you didn't just say that. That makes mouth like nothing.
Thank you for taking me off the fire. Thank you so much.
That's a joke.
Canada is an Indian word for big village. Well, that really doesn't mean much to us. Did you know that there are 2 credit cards for every person in the United States?
2 for every person?
Yes.
Could we say it takes a Canada to raise a child?
Yeah.
But anyway, so there's 2 what for every person?
2 credit cards for every person. Now,
that's an interesting fact.
Now, seeing how my wife has a whole handful of them, that means that somebody's going around with none.
That's right. Sherry and Betty's got somebody's card. Y'all need to come get it.
Y'all need to call and get those cards back. Rick, did you know that only 2 people actually signed the Declaration of Independence on the 4th of July? John Hancock and Charles Thompson, Thomson. Most of them signed it on August the 2nd, but the last signature was not even added until 5 years later. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
The sentence, I am, period, is the shortest grammatically correct sentence in the English language. Did you know that?
No, but I can see that.
Have you ever heard the term 9 yards, the whole 9 yards?
Yeah, well, I've always wondered where that came from.
The term, the whole 9 yards, came from World War II fighter pilots in the South Pacific. When arming their airplanes on the ground with 50 caliber machine gun ammo belts, they measured exactly 27 feet before being loaded into the fuselage. If the pilot fired all their ammo at a target, he would report, hey, they got the whole 9 yards.
Well, there it is.
How about that?
Wow.
Did you not know that?
Now someone could just come up with 9 ways to Sunday or whatever that one is.
Yeah, I'm sure it may be in here. We'll keep looking.
Is that the correct term?
The most common name in the world, gentlemen, what would you think it is?
Would be John.
Speedy, as he reads my list, Muhammad.
Did you hear what you just said?
Yes.
That's the common name in the world is Muhammad?
Yes.
Now, world.
You have to think some of these countries, Middle East, everybody's named Muhammad.
I know it hurts to think about it. It does.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us here on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We will do another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. It'll be out this weekend. We're going to be interviewing Ken Kachigan. He is famous.
Yo, Ken Kachigan.
Tough last name. Hope we can get through it quickly and move on to just calling him Ken. But anyway, he is Ronald Reagan's favorite speechwriter. He worked with Reagan and Nixon and has written a book, Behind Closed Doors, in the room with Reagan and Nixon. And we'll interview him, and it'll be out this weekend. So enjoy wherever you get podcasts. So
Kachigian.
Kachigian.
That's it.
It's a word right in there is the way my speaking operates. That's not a good one for me.
You say it really fast.
Kachigian. Good to have Ken Kachigian with us today.
Ken Kachigian.
Hey, Ken Kachigian.
Gesundheit.
Kachigian.
And I've even heard some people say instead of Ian, it's in. Kachigian.
Well, here's what I love. Be sure and give me multiple ways to do it so I can be really confused.
It's how it's written there.
Yeah, okay.
How about this? Ken, how do you say your last name?
Well, let's not disrespect him that way.
Kachigian.
Well, I don't think it's disrespectful to ask him how to say it.
I bet we're not the first one.
No.
Didn't you say that one guy even you saw was trying to introduce him?
Yeah, it was funny. It was,
he just said, look, I don't know how to say Ken.
The Reagan Library or something like that. He didn't say it. He just said, look, everybody knows his last name. We call him Ken.
Why didn't he do like Coach K did, and we call him Ken K?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right?
K.
You know, he got so tired of everybody butchering
well,
his
he
last
needed
name.
because you look at his last name
Oh,
and it
my
looks
goodness.
nothing like his name.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think they're messing with us. That ain't right.
Yeah.
That ain't Kachigian or whatever his name is.
So some other things.
He's
He's
gonna call him that.
We're looking at, Bubba, this is, we've got some big college football coming up this weekend.
Really big shoot.
I mean, let me tell you, when you look at this Georgia-Alabama game, I mean, you just get so fired up. So that's the 6:30 game, right?
Yeah.
So,
Auburn, Oklahoma, 2 or 2:30.
Are they is that the 2:30?
Yeah,
I bet that'll be a beaut.
And then I forgot who the 11 o'clock one is.
Is that really going to be the 2:30 game?
Yeah.
Are they going to try another quarterback? They rotating. Just might as well.
I think Aubie's going to be QB.
No, I'll tell you what.
Alan said there was a trial.
Be a beaut.
Yeah, no, actually, I thought was odd, and I don't know how they found this. He did have one more year left. I've actually heard Cam Newton is playing Saturday.
Please.
For Auburn. Yeah, so
I want to get the kid from UNLV that left.
Go get that kid.
Yes.
There you go. He's mad.
He's all
You know
mad.
what you get him for? $3,000 a month.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's
Right.
But
He
you
wanted more.
got to actually pay him.
The coaching
Of course,
staff
somebody
offered more.
needed to probably coach him up that you need to sign a contract.
Yeah, something happened.
There is no handshake deals when money's involved.
No.
You know what I might do is, I haven't looked at this because I haven't watched enough of it. When you have anywhere at quarterback play, there's a couple issues you look at. One of them is, are they getting protection? Is the offensive line bad? And then sometimes the offensive line is providing protection, and it seems the receiver and the quarterbacks can't get on the same page. Which one is the issue there this year? I haven't really
All
watched
three.
it. All three? But what I'm saying is when I go to fix it, where do I start? Do I need to start with the offensive line, or do I start with the quarterback? I don't know which one to do. The receivers are good, and they'll learn to run better routes. They're really swift, and they seem to make plays if you can give them the ball.
You know, the offensive line probably needs to
start there.
Help. I would.
So what if I just went and bought one of those and then just kept what I had at quarterback? Would I
think that's what they tried to
Would
do.
I take a better step forward?
It didn't work. I think they tried to keep the quarterback they had. Didn't go very well.
But did they change the offensive line out?
I don't know.
That's what I'm asking, Greg. I didn't say I was going to keep it all the same.
I don't know.
Let's ask
I'm
Bo
asking
next.
what change to make.
Well, Rick, Tom Brady cannot complete a pass laying on his
Well, that's
back.
what I'm asking.
Okay,
Is that the problem?
I think that's,
is that
that's
the problem?
where it all starts.
Are they getting better protection this year? They're just not making plays. I haven't watched enough of it to see. I don't know.
There's a lot of pieces there, Rick.
Yeah, and I don't. Seriously, this has been a long. I just don't. I don't have much time left. I'll be 60 in October.
Yeah.
If I was still 30, I would watch Auburn games. You know what I mean? But now that you're 60, I'm like, well, my time is more precious than ever. And why would I want to make myself miserable for 3.5 hours?
Yeah.
So I just don't look at it. You know, if I look down and claim, and I look and say, oh, it looks like it might be something going on. And what usually happens is I'll get a text from my. And I feel bad, and I know you did too. There's nothing that makes you feel worse as a parent to realize your kids had no choice in what team you stuck them with.
Yeah.
You raised them up on the team. They didn't have a choice. If they would, maybe this thing where everybody wants them to pick their gender when they can pick it for themselves in their name, maybe we should let them pick their team.
Yeah.
Why to me, that seems less severe.
Right.
As opposed to us indoctrinating them in a team that they're going to be saddled with for the rest of their life.
Right.
And so what happens is I'll get a text from the I have two sons that are still willing to watch. one played for Auburn, the other one went to Auburn and likes the team.
They feel like
and if I get any text from them that says things, so which team are we? This Auburn team? Why does Auburn always give us hope? And then I think, hey, they're hanging in there, but I'm almost convinced, and it may be this way with the team that you pull for. I don't know what it is. I can't describe it. If I then turn over, they start playing poorly. And I think I did.
You need to stay away from it.
And then I feel like fans should be mad at me because I just ruined.
Yeah.
They had good momentum going, and I ruined it.
You started watching.
You must be watching a lot of football lately.
Others must maybe.
You must have been locked.
That is weird though how that works.
Yes.
It's like, okay, I'm not going to watch. I'm going to go outside and do something. You come back in, it's like, oh, they scored.
Yes.
So it's like, was that on me?
Yeah.
Yes.
You can almost see my son here going, is this the right move? Mm-hmm. But anyway, so
maybe I should have gone to Clemson.
Right. Dabo he had an opportunity there. But anyway, but he was on the national championship team, so he got a ring. He got to have fun. He has a ring till one of his teammates stole it.
Well,
but anyway,
didn't have to say that part.
right.
Besides that,
right. So he has two of the three rings. But anyway,
that's true.
Yeah. Oh, let me tell you something. He found out pretty quick. If you don't lock it down in the locker room, don't be attached to it.
Yeah. That's on you.
Remember, good teams don't always have good people. But hey, usually if you've got trouble in the locker room, you usually win a lot of games.
Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah. So I can't do it. So I will not be participating in that game. I can't. I can't. I like seeing like Oklahoma play Tennessee, see them get in an SEC schedule, because I thought, well, this will be a good game. But watching a game that could just really be ugly, I just can't devote to that anymore.
Well, you have to know what you're up against going in, Rick.
Yeah. I'm focusing on the
have your expectations set at an appropriate level.
I'm focusing on the Alabama-Georgia game. I think it'll be a great presentation of football, two programs at an extremely high level, and I don't care who wins. That's a perfect game for me now.
Yeah.
That is a perfect game for me.
When I was watching,
I would like to go see the game. I'd like to see. I've never seen Oklahoma play.
I thought you were going.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's, just to see that uniform.
Unless
on that
Trump
field.
calls and tells me he needs me in Tuscaloosa.
That may happen.
Yes, I'm going
standing by.
Yeah. So because like I was thinking about it looks like if this hurricane doesn't knock all the power out over at Big Love's, then I'm going over there tomorrow afternoon after it's already blown through, and we're going to spend some time together. And so I started looking at the schedule. And I thought, of course, the only thing that struggles more is, the other two sons have a connection to Auburn, and Big Love has a connection to Mississippi State. So we sure aren't watching that either.
So that's been tough.
It's tough.
So he has kind of declared a no football day.
Oh, that's good.
Wait till next year.
Right, and so I'll just try to get back home in time to see the Georgia Alabama game. But I think I'll just let that 2:30 kick go by and watch for texting. That's a much better way to stay there. I can't.
You just never know.
But that's my point.
You never know.
I don't like to never know. I like to be confident.
Well, look, if you're tired of going and watching games where your team wins, probably 11 out of 12 times, and if you found that boring, this is certainly a change of pace because you don't know if you're going to see buildings on fire. You're going to see kicks returned, blocked, eagles crashing into glass.
No.
I mean, you just never know what you're going to see. I mean, you could see tip balls.
Yeah.
At the last second, you could see field goals missed, made. I mean, it's fires. I mean,
you don't know. And I don't know why you do it to yourself. It's like Terry walked in, and I was watching Mississippi State. They were down. They were down by 30. From Florida, and she said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I don't really know. I don't know why I'm watching this."
Why would you do that?
And then it got down to about 3 minutes, and we were still 20-something down. I said, "Well, I guess we're not coming back." And I said, I guess I'll just turn it. Well, why do we think we're coming back? It's like, they'll turn it around this drive.
Yeah, this is the one.
Three and out. That sucked.
It's just so hard to watch.
Fumble.
I mean, I literally, let me tell you what it is.
Better to have 3 and kick it than just to hand it to him midway, Speedy.
No, listen to this.
Oh, wow, untouched.
This is the perfect analogy that I heard this, and it's 100% true. Watching a team that you pull for that is inconsistent and plays terrible at times. On those days, watching them is like someone killing you by just slightly cutting you. One after
Death
another.
by paper cut.
Just little cuts until you finally just bleed to death. And I just don't really want to do that. I don't have any reason to do it.
Yeah. Terry's tired of my speeches.
Right.
I'll get up. Why am I watching this? And then she'll come back 10 minutes later. I'm sitting back down.
Yeah.
Like
it may turn.
But I totally understand wanting to be there for a historic moment to watch that classic OU uniform come onto the field.
That would be cool.
At Jordan Hare. That's a historic thing.
Yeah.
And I get that. Just park somewhere where you can leave early.
Or just carry tissue to have your heart broken.
Or just get over by the hot dogs.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes. That's the common name in the world is Muhammad?
Yes.
Now, world.
You have to think some of these countries, Middle East, everybody's named Muhammad.
I know it hurts to think about it. It does.
Well, I don't know what that one means.
Samba?
Did you know the international telephone dialing code for Antarctica is 672? I bet you didn't know that.
I did not.
The glue on Israeli postage stamps is certified kosher, so they can, send letters during certain holidays. This is kind of ironic, I think. Mel Blanc, the voice of Bugs Bunny, and you know how I feel about Bugs Bunny.
The late Mel Blanc.
Yes, he was actually, Bugs Bunny always chewing on a carrot and all that kind of stuff. He was actually allergic to carrots and couldn't eat them. I find that funny for some reason. All right, now here's an idea. Up until 1965, driving was done on the left-hand side of the road in Sweden. The conversion to right-hand was done at a weekday at 5 p.m. All traffic stopped, and people switched sides of the road at exactly 5 p.m.
What?
This time and day was chosen to prevent accidents. Now, you think, how could that be?
Gosh.
That was done to prevent where drivers would have gotten up in the morning and been too sleepy to realize that today is the day we change over. So they changed in the middle of the day at a very busy time. In other words, you just got up in the morning, you forgot, like, hey, today is...
I understand that. But how about the next morning when you forget that yesterday was the day? Why would you ever change?
I know. The very first bomb dropped by the Allies on Berlin during World War II only killed an elephant at the Berlin Zoo.
That's not true.
Rick, I'm just reading the list. I did not research these. I am simply reporting them. Now, I don't know about this. Incorrect. Rick, I'm just reading the list. Humphrey Bogart, I said, play it again, Sam.
I have heard that. I've heard people say that.
Now, how did he get credited with that, or was that from another movie and people thought he said it?
I don't know, but it's very popular. That play it again, Sam.
Sherlock Holmes never said the phrase "elementary, my dear Watson." I didn't know that.
You sure?
Annually.
Oh, come on, that's bogus.
Yeah,
annually, bogus, man.
I'm just reading this now. Annually, more people are killed by donkeys than die in airplane crashes.
Now do you hear what you just said?
I'm reading this off the paper.
You mean to tell me there's more people kicked to death by donkeys or bitten or run over than are killed in airplane crashes?
You are correct.
Bubba. I mean, I can understand more kicked by snakes or some weird thing like that.
Donkeys?
So donkeys kill more people than poisonous snakes do. Some weird thing like that.
Donkeys? Have you ever heard the term, it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye?
Yes! Yes, I have.
Do you know where that came from?
Yes, my kindergarten class.
No.
Okay.
Ancient Rome, the only rule during wrestling matches that were held in the Colosseum was no eye gouging. Everything else was legal. You could throw dirt, buy...
That's right, baby. 22 minutes past the hour. Just had someone on the text option. You can text the show now, 866-932-3244. And the audience has absolutely fallen in love with this option. Normal data rates apply. Someone just asked, they didn't apparently know a lot about sports. They said, did that team that has the losing streak record, have they lost again yet?
The White Sox.
Babylon Bee headline today, the First Baptist Church softball team defeats Chicago White Sox 7-2. Bubba, please allow me just a moment to read some of the article.
Please share.
Okay. And what experts describe as the final insult during the last week of what has been a dreadful season, the Chicago White Sox were defeated by the First Baptist Church softball team 7-2.
38-120.
Yeah. Now listen. You're going to love this.
I mean, how do you even?
You're going to love this. The White Sox team executives hoped that giving the team a brief break while they were off and let them play a game against a church softball team, when we thought the season couldn't get any worse, said a disappointed White Sox manager Grady Sizemore. I thought we showed a lot of fire and desire to win this one, but the First Baptist lineup was just too much. Especially their stocky first baseman in particular. He was crushing us. We could not get him out, but that's nothing new for us this year. First Baptist softball players, while happy to win, didn't feel they had accomplished anything spectacular. Hey, it was just the White Sox, says First Baptist catcher Ralph Harmon. I guess we should be celebrating about beating a Major League Baseball team, but we got to temper that a little bit. Hey, it was the White Sox.
Yes.
Golly.
Let me ask you this. Do you just trade the whole team after the season?
Well,
Greg,
just
start over.
Greg, listen to what Babylon Bee says. After the game, White Sox executives now talking to members of First Baptist Church, trying to sign them to a deal.
So the Barons are in their minor league organization, right? And the Barons won the Southern League.
They did. Maybe they just swapped those two teams.
Yeah. I mean, there ought to be some moving up.
Can you believe that? All right, so speaking of college football, Kentucky, Stoops has done an incredible job there at what many have always said was a basketball school because it is.
Yeah.
But how about him?
Wait, you mean the one that Bear Bryant left?
That's correct.
Yeah.
But he's got Kentucky. I mean,
they're
playing. Look at what they just did, and look what they've done over a few seasons now. They're not a pushover anymore.
They're at Ole Miss, 11 a.m. Saturday.
Oh, that ought to be a good one.
Ole Miss finally playing somebody.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Sure, and of course you mentioned a minute ago when we were picking games this weekend. Big love, Mississippi State. The other boys, Auburn, and we both decided that Auburn, Oklahoma. If we ran to Mississippi State, they're playing Texas, so we just took a pass on that as well. Yeah. So anyway, all right, here we go.
Did you see what Lane Kiffin said about Kentucky?
No.
Legit. He was talking about their lineup.
Are you setting me up?
No, he said they have an NFL level defense.
Yeah, he said one of them was
that good.
I saw him say one player was unblockable. Yeah. I did see that. Is that what he was talking about? Because I just saw that headline. Yep. All right, so here's
who was it that beat them week one? They got beat.
Kentucky, South Carolina.
It was South Carolina.
Yeah.
They got off to
better than you think.
They got off to a rocky start though.
I wonder what he'll say before the Egg Bowl.
So here is here's a Kentucky. This is a UK athletics video department. They created a visual of what it looks like to be a Kentucky football player.
Oh, cool!
On game day. I don't know why we're going
for
to
1 minute.
I don't know why we're going to the trouble of these kind of hot videos anymore. Just pay them enough and they'll come.
But
anyway,
so this is from inside the helmet.
Yeah. It looks like the camera's like you have the view from inside a helmet.
All right.
Pretty neat.
You'll have to explain all this, Rick.
All right, so they're walking down out of their locker room. This is them going through the people that are outside under the stadium. Now they're about to go out for pregame, it looks like.
Yeah,
and
special teams.
Yeah, so they're going out for pregame, and this is just them in early on, where they just kind of come on the field, showing the stadium. They're going around through the different players.
Damn, you my teammate, ain't you? What's up, teammate? Shut your damn identity today, baby.
Oh, okay. So is there anything I should be concerned about?
No.
Coaches, a coach seems elevated.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, there we go.
A lot more cussing in that than I thought.
Yeah,
there would be.
well, you're getting hype
a little
pregame.
more, sure.
Everybody's happy pregame.
Pregame.
Everybody's a champion in pregame.
Yeah,
but then
that's why it's the best part of the night. Everybody's still happy.
Well, I know, Speedy.
There's still hope in everybody's eyes.
Yeah. You get out kicking the ball around, special teams, everybody, good music. Everybody's floating around.
Back in the locker room now.
All right, so I guess now we're coming out for the main thing. Okay. Yeah. All right, so now what we have is we've done pregame. Now you're coming out to the actually coming on the field. Which is cool. So
it's a neat point of view kind of thing.
It is. Chris.
I like the fact they put the helmet on it.
Helmet on the camera.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, that is cool. So anyway, big weekend coming up. Some big matchups, and we'll see. When we come back on Monday, what happened? Who do you like in the big one? The Kentucky, Alabama. I mean,
Trump?
Sorry, not Kentucky. Georgia, Alabama. You say Trump?
Yeah, I go Trump. He's gonna,
Trump will definitely win.
Yeah. So that one is that's going to be an interesting. I will tell you that
now the odds makers have Georgia a slight favorite. It's been a long time since Alabama's been an underdog at home.
At home, yes, you're right. But I understand that. I mean, I think most of that isn't so much the firepower of both teams. I think that's a little bit of not a dig, but it's early, still got a new coach, new era, trying to settle into his philosophies and his ways versus an established program, national championship winning program as well, with the same coach, same system, just reloading and continuing to go. I think that's probably where that comes from. But it's a push.
Based off what we saw in Wisconsin, I think Alabama's pretty doggone good.
They are. Of course, Wisconsin's not Georgia. But yes, I agree. They looked a lot better that week than they did the week before.
Home field advantage, play into it.
And it's hard to go against the Tide at home. I don't care who they're playing.
Yep.
So we'll come back. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We have more stories to cover. We'll also get to some of your phone calls before the hour's done. So hang in there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some weird thing like that. Donkey? Have you ever heard the term, it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye? Yes! Yes, I have. Do you know where that came from? Yes, my kindergarten class. No. Okay. Ancient Rome, the only rule during wrestling matches that were held in the Colosseum was no eye gouging. Everything else was legal. You could throw dirt, bite, kick, whatever. But the only way to be disqualified was by poking someone's eye out. You have all heard the term, I'll be back in a jiffy. Yes, I have. Yeah. Did you know that is actually a technical term? A jiffy is the scientific actual unit of time for 1/100th of a second. I knew that. A jiffy. Oh, you did not. In other words, it takes 100 jiffies to make 1 second. So really, we're all lying. And somewhat contradictory with the term Jiffy Lube. Yeah. It takes a little longer, not much. Yes. A little bit. We have Jiffy Lube down the street. Cards and letters. Yes. You used to go there. The average person falls asleep in how much time? Gentlemen, would you like to guess? Are you average or not? No, I'm not average. Gosh. An average person goes to sleep in 30 minutes. 7 minutes. 7 minutes? Oh, well, I didn't know. Yeah. I thought she was already gone. What was she going to say? I was going to say 12. No, 7. I fall asleep in about 30 seconds. Yes. I love this when he reads. I do too. He's not even conscious that he does it in the loud when he's reading it. Hershey Kisses. Do you know how they got their name? I can imagine. Have you ever wondered? Yes, I have. A little Hershey Kiss pyramid looking round. Yeah. How did that get to be called a kiss? I don't know. The machine that makes them looks like it's kissing the conveyor belt as it squirts them out. Oh, I can see that. Isn't that funny? You've all heard the term paper money. Did you know that money is not made out of paper? You know what it's made out of? What? Cotton. It is not. Yes, that is cotton. Green.
Did you know that money is not made out of? Look how fuzzy it is around there.
Well, it is fuzzy, you're right. Y'all see they do $20 bills, man? I don't like we changed the money. Don't get me started on that.
Have you heard the term rule of thumb?
Yes, we have.
Do you know where that came from?
No.
That is derived from the Old English law, which stated that you couldn't beat your wife with anything wider than your thumb. I'd heard that before. It's a pretty big stick, boys. You know, that you couldn't beat your wife with...
So it was okay to spank her with something else?
As long as it wasn't wider than your thumb. You know it?
Wow. Spank her with something else?
As long as it wasn't wider than your thumb.
What's that, Bubba?
Skinnier things hurt the most. You stamp.
Look, you switch calories. I have no idea. That's terrible.
1/10 of a calorie. Not much there. You'd have to lick 10 to have a calorie.
Okay. I don't lick them anymore. I use the stick-on kind.
An ostrich's eye, Rick Burgess, is bigger than what other organ?
Wow.
In its body?
Stick-on kind.
An ostrich, Rick Burgess, is bigger organ.
Wow.
In its body. True facts. Things you need to know. These would be things you ask around the office today. Water cooler talk. An ostrich's eye is bigger than its brain.
Okay. Okay. Are you serious?
Yes. Do you think chickens can fly?
No.
You don't?
No, I do not.
They can.
I've never seen them.
The longest flight of a chicken in recorded history is?
I would say 100 feet.
13 seconds.
13 seconds? Oh, you mean time.
Yes. That's probably about 100 feet. You're probably right.
I think I'm solid on that.
Thanks to Brian Foster, a.k.a. Magic, who sent those.
So there they are.
Strange but true facts. Folks, I don't know how you got through the day without knowing something.
To make you go,
Especially month and mouth, how confusing that can be when reading.
Yes, and Brian, of course, has the Rick and Bubba audio page, which is easily accessed off our website at worldwideweb.rickandbubba.com, and he usually has a weekly poll for you to vote on, so we'll participate this week. And our thanks to Brian for those strange but true facts. We come back, we'll talk to somebody. Everybody say, man, 34 minutes.
You know you were. All right, we're back. More Rick and Bubba cranking out another one. Glad you're here. Thousands and thousands of shows in. All right, Cook's Pest Control has been with us for a lot of those years. Most of them. Cook's Pest Control in Centricon, unbeatable when it comes to termite protection. But it's also their monthly maintenance that really, really makes a difference. Hey, nobody, we don't like critters. We don't like bugs. We don't like any of that. So you want to have the best, and Cook's is the very best. Now, if you are a contractor, they'll also come out for new home construction and get all that approved and get that paperwork done for you. There's no obligation for you to use them. They'll give you a free, very thorough inspection and evaluation of your property, home or business. And if you tell them you heard about it here on the Rick and Bubba Show, of course, that always wins you some points. So cookspest.com. cookspest.com, they are the best. It's who we use, and you should too. Look for their link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors so you can sing with us. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. Bubba, 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 the folks that are living in the cities where homelessness is just running rampant and people are living on the streets, and you start you go telling your government, hey, thanks. Santa Monica, California, getting so bad, we have a homeowner that has invented his own homeless deterrent device, courtesy of CBS News. Here we go.
That was the moment Stephen McMahon says he knew he had to do something. The garage behind the Santa Monica condos, where he's head of the HOA, was plagued by scenes like this. People who are homeless looking for hidden places to use the bathroom or do drugs, terrifying neighbors and their children from getting in or out of their cars. So McMahon got to work, learning everything he could about circuit boards and converters, tinkering for months to make this the Blue Chirper, what he calls diversion security. He's installed 2 versions in the garages. They hook right into the electrical box. When a motion detector senses someone nearby, a blue light, like the ones DMV uses, starts flashing, and the chirping begins.
Oh my goodness.
And it won't stop until the person is gone. He checked with legal experts about how far he could take it.
All right. As long as it's a sound found in nature, a cricket, and it's an accurate, rendition of a cricket. Also, it's really hard to find a vein. If you've got an intense blue light blinking, it does something in your eyes so you can't see blue very well, so you can't find a vein to shoot up.
The combo works. Remember these guys? When they couldn't figure out how to stop the noise and lights, they left.
He comes.
That's funny.
And it's got a chirper. See, and they leave. The word is spread over at Reed Park because we're getting less and less and less of these.
Neighbors see it as a non-aggressive way to get people to move along, and also a signal for them if there is someone there. Corey Greenwell says for his family, it's been nothing less than
a total reinvention of our life in that building by doing something as simple as being able to park and being able to go out to our car without fear.
Now McMahon is building blue chirpers for the church across the street, the buildings next door, and has requests piling up. At the moment, he's charging about $500 each, but says with investors and a mass production plan, he could get it down to under $150 for peace of mind.
How about the chirper? How about the chirper? I don't know it'll work.
So I'm confused about the blue light. It seems like the police would not be big on the blue light.
Well, they seem to.
They don't care for using
like
that
the blue light
special.
in there. As long as you're not pulling anybody over and you're just asking people to leave, I guess you're fine.
Yeah, I know you can't put blue on your car.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, they didn't like that.
Yeah.
I was impersonating an officer. Turns out that's illegal.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, looking back, my bad.
Yeah.
That one's on me. Sorry.
But that's good. I mean, and now he's got him a little business. And,
Yes.
Did y'all notice that nowhere in there did the government create that opportunity? Well, I guess, wait a minute, they did. Because they're not doing their job. Maybe I stand corrected
with
on
the
that.
blue chirper.
Right.
They created the problem.
Yeah, they did. I don't even want to go here. We got to walk through this, but it's another report. Did you see the horrible look? Sometimes, guys, you just this show. We've done a lot of things, a lot of service to mankind, and one of them is I don't know what else we can do to warn you about animals. I mean, we have tried and tried and tried to warn everyone. Watch out. Of course, they're attacking at an unprecedented rate. Yep. And one thing you don't want to do is this thing of teaching apes who have the opposable thumb, don't teach them how to use tools better known as weapons.
Yeah.
So there was this chimp that everybody was all fired up about, and we have to be very delicate because it gets real ugly here.
Yeah.
They were all fired up about, look at him, we're teaching him how to use tools, look at this, until he took somebody's child and used the tool as a weapon and killed him.
Yeah. And this wasn't a chimp that belonged to somebody. They were like living in New Guinea or something.
Yeah, something like that. But we started teaching them how to use tools. Does nobody watch Planet of the Apes?
Yeah, nobody.
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 I mean, we start teaching them how to use these tools, and all of a sudden, now that we just get them a weapon. They're already bad news. I've tried to warn you about it. Yeah. I mean, and now they have a weapon, and this is a horrifying story. It is because it was a very small child.
They literally take the child out of the mother's arms.
Yep. And then use the
run
tool
off
to kill it.
Yep.
That's a good story.
8-month-old.
There's more details here that you don't want.
No. Yep.
I mean,
no way.
It's a horror movie. It's a horror movie.
It is. But again, we all thought it was cute.
Yep.
When Chimp could use a screwdriver.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
and then
take a rock, and open an acorn with it.
You got to keep your eye on them, and when they start advancing and developing, you better keep your eye on them.
You see them riding horseback? Look at
them.
Yeah. Yep.
It's only a matter of time.
And
never good. What start talking?
Well, we've seen monkeys riding dogs.
And this
that's
the
beginning.
Yeah.
That's
Greg,
the beginning.
Have you gone to Chimp Crazy yet and watched it?
I haven't.
Oh, I'm in on that. I need to.
I started episode
you have?
1.
I know I need to watch it.
People in the Golden Ticket seats have. Tubers have.
I'm obsessed. It's slow starting, but then it just.
All right, so it does start a little slow.
Somebody said episode 2 is.
That's where it gets.
That's where it cranks
Okay,
up.
should I
Kinda
just
like
go?
Tiger King.
Should I just go to episode 2? Or do I need the slow episode to know what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
kind of let you know all the players.
Because I can just see myself looking at TV going, let's go. Let's go.
So evidently, this chimp it had lost its fear of humans.
You think?
They had been around it so much.
You're still talking about it.
Let's drop it. You don't want to go deeper in the story. I'm just telling you.
I read it earlier.
Yeah, it's hard.
Have we taught chimps how to play soccer yet? Do you know? Boy, that'd be a terrible mix.
Can you imagine?
Wow.
What, taking over the world?
A lot of
hands
penalties.
Yeah, this chimp crazy thing. We know how dangerous they are. Yeah. The thing that really, and I said this the other day, I don't like that standing between me and an animal that could literally rip my arm from my shoulders and beat me over the head over it. I don't like between that type of animal and me are crazy people.
Yeah.
It's just not a comfortable
Did
feeling.
y'all get the picture somebody sent yesterday of the chimp that had alopecia, so he had no body hair, and how jacked
I saw
he was?
several of those. Yeah,
their muscles are.
You can't tell when the fur's on them. You ought to see it without.
Oh, I'll find it.
Really?
Nobody listens.
Oh yeah,
I need to see that.
Nobody listens.
They're just.
they look like an NFL linebacker.
Of course.
Yes.
I mean, unbelievable.
Yes. I mean,
there were several pictures of different ones that had that.
And
lost their hair.
Bodybuilding competition.
Their muscles work better.
Oh wow!
Look at the definition.
Oh,
they're so
wish
strong.
I had those shoulders.
I wish I had those triceps. My goodness.
Yeah.
And that chin, that goatee.
Muscle.
I wish you had that face.
Me too.
Some people already have the ears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Stand down during the hurricane.
Yeah, but these things are just.
Golly.
Speaking of,
let's teach them how to use tools. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Speaking of TV that I need to watch, I have not caught this week's episode of The Golden Bachelorette, so please, no spoilers.
I missed it too.
Okay.
I'm not caught up yet. I'm only one episode in.
I saw it last night.
Oh,
Did you?
Did you?
Yep.
Somebody text to us this week.
Get ready for the talent show.
And I don't know why we keep doing this with people our age and older. I have to say that now. Shocking.
Yeah,
but
I discovered that when I was watching.
They said they've already had to remove one of these dudes because he had a restraining order against him.
Yeah,
and they've already had to pull one off the show. And then the last time they tried this, would they stay married 2 weeks because neither one of them wanted to be further away from their grandkids?
Yeah.
This is not going to work.
No.
Why are we doing this?
Shouldn't they maybe have covered that topic when all this started?
You would think.
Are you willing to move? No. Are you? No. Okay.
Well, how about this, Bubba? They didn't even catch a restraining order.
Yeah.
We got some guy getting out of a car and hugging somebody who's got a restraining order against him.
Uh-oh.
Y'all, that first episode I was all in on. I've even got notes here if you guys want a recap for the people that haven't seen it.
No thanks.
Absolutely.
No thanks.
Well, first of all, I think the Navy guy, I think he's faking. I think he's stolen
the one
valor.
who was dressed. What about the guy, the French-speaking guy? You think he's faking that accent?
No, I think the French guy is real. But I do think the
Y'all
Navy
hear
guy.
yourself?
Here's why the Navy guy I think is fake. They showed him getting ready in his hotel room. You could see his bed in the background. It wasn't made up.
Well, look at you, journalists again.
Yeah,
journalists again.
Stolen valor.
You get dressed. You get dressed before you make your bed.
I don't. I make my bed completely naked. Just that way I get it done first thing.
Now we're back to the alopecia chimp.
Yeah.
We'll come back. Is it alopecia?
Alopecia.
I don't know.
I wish I'd have had that.
What are you doing?
There he goes.
Oh, my God.
There's our little chimp.
Look at him.
We'll do phone calls next.
Somebody feed him.
866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Phone troll time. All 10 lines available. Let's go, people. Get in here. We have covered a lot on today's edition. If you want to comment on that, you can. The lines are available. Speedy grabbing those now. We'll go 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, but just comments and questions. And you won't have to stand in line very long either because of the phone troll format. So here we go. Bubba, a special Thursday edition of Golden Ticket Seats as a thank you to the passion and devotion of a group called the Tubers. John Cooper, Kim and Dave Stovall, Diane and David Sullivan, Vicki Pinson, Max Franklin, Barbara Franklin, Bonita Irwin, Kathleen Mullinax, Rena West, and Renee West. Is it Renee? There you go. You always get me on that one. Tracy Hughes, Jean Kilpatrick. So there they are, all in the Golden Ticket Seats today. So hello, Tubers. Thank you for being with us today. Thanks for your devotion. Thanks for supporting us. And hopefully you had a good time here today. Let's go to Lindsay. Lindsay's got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Lindsay, go ahead.
Yes, I want to thank you guys for putting the Cat and Dogs song in my child's head.
Sorry.
Because that's all they sing.
Yes. Yeah.
My daughter, after her soccer game, decided she was going to sing it out loud on the way to the car. I was like, hush, don't sing it out loud. And then we get in the car, and she says, I'm going to eat it in my bedroom. I said, eat what? She said, a dog. I said, Audrey May.
Eating the dogs.
They're eating the cats. Let's go to Brennan, Anniston, Alabama. Brennan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
What's up? Unfortunately, I'm an Auburn football fan.
It's all right.
Last season, I won a drawing, 2 tickets for a sweet ticket to a game. My wife was pregnant with our 3rd kid, and I said, you know what? This will probably be the last time me and you get to go to a game. Surely they'll win. Unfortunately, it was a New Mexico State game.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's the issue, the unexpected pain and misery. Yeah. It's one thing for the ones that are expected. The unexpected ones really hit you the hardest. Don't they hit you the hardest?
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you've already counted on that.
You look down, you see that, and you go, that'd be a good time to go over, get a sweet, relax a little bit, watch a little football.
Eat a little food.
Yeah, eat a little food. Let's continue. Let's go to Brian in Huntsville. Brian, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Greetings. I like that blue chirper, and I heard there's an upgrade to where it can flip between chirping and playing Baby Shark.
Yeah, that'll run you out of there, too.
That will run you off.
Baby Shark.
Just saw a text on the text option that I cannot embrace. I cannot think of it. I can't know. I understand that we get these characters in our minds, these Hollywoodites, and we know that most of them are, liberals because they've made their way. They'll never have to work another day of their life if their job ended tomorrow. So as someone put it, I don't remember the first person, they're in the treehouse and they've pulled the ladder up that we can't come up, and they keep voting left. Somebody said that Sam Elliott has voiced a Kamala Harris commercial.
Oh, no. He needs to talk about beef. He don't need to be talking politics anyway.
I'm just going to pretend.
Well,
I'm just going to pretend it's not true. Maybe someone's wrong.
Do you think he's just taking a check? I mean, he just...
That's a good route to go to.
I mean, he's just doing this thing, If you write the check, he'll cut it for you. That's where I'm going.
That's a pleasant thought.
That's where I'm going.
Let's go to Justin in Tennessee. Justin, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Commercials on this show too.
Yeah.
Hey man, y'all were talking about Travis the Chip a couple days ago. I didn't know that story. I went back and watched a documentary on YouTube about it, and they played the 911 call.
No.
And you can hear the chimp in the background going crazy while the lady's on the phone with 911. And then the Oprah interviewer, they took the hat off the lady and showed her. I've been changed forever. I had to go and stand outside.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Unbelievable.
That's tough. Tough stuff. So tough.
I mean,
nightmare fuel.
Lines are becoming available if you want to join us.
Chimpanzees are not native to this continent.
No, they aren't.
They really have no business here.
Right.
They need a lot of room. Eric in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Go ahead.
Rick, I wanted to talk about your problem with your watches. I kind of have the same issue. There needs to be a study done or something.
Yeah.
Battery watches die. I have a fairly expensive watch that it runs off of light. It died. I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, and we don't really need them anymore, so I'm not as worried about it anymore. But there was a time it was a huge hassle because I kind of needed to watch. And I
had an aunt that had that same problem. She had to wear them around her neck, so only she could get them to work.
Well, I bet it was tough.
Are you kidding around?
No.
Okay.
You could give her any watch that had worked for years. She wear it 2 weeks and it'd quit.
Right.
Well, I'd like to see her get that strap around her neck.
All right. Somebody says that Elliot also voiced one for Biden, but he has a TV show called The Ranch where he is a conservative and says, I want to remember him that way.
Yeah, right, even though he's acting.
He's acting. Yeah. and though it is true that political ads.
I'm just remembering from Roadhouse.
It is true political ads run on our program from the left and the right, but at least we're not voicing them.
No.
That's nothing we do about that.
We'll take their check.
Sure. Let's go to
bills to pay.
Wendy in Mobile. Wendy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, this is Wendy from Mobile, but I'm actually at Orange Beach watching the storm roll in. The waves have, but anyway, we'll be good here.
You're going to be good there, yeah.
I thought Travis Kelce may have to leave the team for the good of the team, like Joe Biden had to leave the presidency for the good of the country.
You mean the future George Washington?
That is terrible.
Yeah, that was
all right,
like a
thank
bad
you. Love your show. Bye.
Thank you. Love you too. It would be fine. All you have to do is just say, "Hey, I like this guy." You don't have to declare him like a George Washington in history, because now everybody thinks everybody now thinks you're bat crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
we talk about mental health all the time. We're the people with the nets,
right? Sam in Oklahoma. Sam, go ahead.
Well, actually, I'm from Blount County in Alabama, but I'm a truck driver and I'm in Oklahoma right now. But I just want to talk about how the regulations on the trucking industry, like y'all were talking about, the government getting in the way of us being successful. Man, they're killing us out here, man.
Killing us.
Like, what do they do? What kind of rule do they have that's really hurting you?
Oh, I mean, you can only drive so much. You can only have so much weight, and if you're overweight, it's not on the people that load you; it's on you. And you have to go back, or they don't want to pay you detention for going back. It's ridiculous, man.
Well, thank you. And anytime the government gets involved, as we've
those both are safety issues. I don't know if I'd use those as examples.
Well, what was that other about going back and something? I don't know any of that means.
I guess if he's overweight, he's still might going back. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, those regulations, if they revolve around safety, that would be different. But I think I'd be more concerned about how much tax you have to pay on it all. Let's go to Shannon, Cleveland, Alabama. Shannon, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to call in. Long-time listener, been here, since the beginning. Never called in. Just want to say thanks for the memories.
Well, you barely got it in. You waited quite a while. I mean, that was that almost didn't happen. Thanks, man. Thank you very much. Top of the hour. If you're saying goodbye, we have enjoyed it.
Adios.
Don't forget the archives every day. You can watch the podcast. You can watch the YouTube archives, and you can catch the podcast archives audio only as well. You never have to miss a minute of the Rick and Bubba show, and you can do it on your own time. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In different lighting conditions.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and